Beats.
For the community. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can ride in hell. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody try up, had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural, you know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase a fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all 9 ether powers. I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. All my teachers, all 9 ether powers. I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher. All my teachers, all 9 ether powers. I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the wind again. Tell a friend, we going in. Our kids still ain't kin. Beat the tribunal. They sweat us dead like funerals. Anchor like Kuno. Fly a lot like UFO. Fight in, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. When where you pitiful. We keep coming right back. Resist. We over here lit. You know fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? We up here lit. You know fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know? We up here lit. You know fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your shit? I hate suffix chip. Host this shit. Do some shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Shoulda had a scene, do the right thing. Carbon based beam, let freedom. I don't want 48 cause I got 40 haters. Saving myself, I don't need no savior. Say what you want, just save it for later. I don't wanna save, I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you, stranger danger. If you gon' smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online type, do me that favor. Everybody try for major. Reach G, don't play with me, I don't got pencil. I need some gases that only see agents. Maida is your fragrance, I come from the ancients. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my knee G the same shit. Get you something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My files be flagrant. Lie, y'all pseudoscientists. You be fraud as granddaddy did it, then you did it. You can ride it. I don't know who with me or against me. It be hard to chaos energy that needed. It get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Good to be Aboriginal. Good to be Aboriginal. Good to be Aboriginal. And trap up, gotta be major.
Yeah, peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. We got DJ Cut on the ones and twos. I am Yasaha. Spring Chief Holiday in the building. You already know the one and only. Y'all been homie, the CEO is in the building as well. I want to say peace to everybody, man. We're going to get right back to the music, man. That was Aboriginal by Threads, 3 Stacks. Shout out to Kentucky in the building, man. We're going to get right to this Trey Ali, Turtle Island. Let's go.
Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. We been here, lived here, open borders, got deported, fought for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Drugged up, slugged up, beat bread, left for dead, fuck your life. It's all a plan, kill your man, take your land, slave your kids, rape your wife. Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit happened to you? White man quick to tell you, you was a slave, nothing before me. He himself only been free since 1840. I'm recording, I'm an ancient Egyptian from Atlantis, headed straight for Canada, that's Israel. The fake about me, no capping, rapping, I just fed the ink and I'm digital. No caveman, I'm original. Kentucky fried, extra crispy, wear a lot of gold, cause my family history. I'm the guy to know, will bring death to history. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Don't die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. We die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They like what we act, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, die every day. Don't know where we came. Power, only respect power. Respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Power, only respect power. Respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Power, only respect power. Respect power. What's been said can't be said. Power, only respect power. Respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Stand for something, no, you die a coward. They bombed our churches, set our kids on fire. Police keep erasing cause they backed up nation. Nation ain't complaining cause the men the hanger. Comanche, Sioux, Apache, ain't no history, blackness. No reason for that chatting, bitch up when it's action. AR on my body, tell the bro to grab the shot. He loading up that new edition, finna hit on Bobby. I can't shoot the shit, but 30 shouldn't miss. 54 races, 100 for his click. Anytime we present, they don't want the shit. They don't want the problem. Snitches get the stick. Talking all that hatred, end up running, bitch. Quick to call the laws, quick to play the bitch. Die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can. It's like what we act, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know what we swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. We die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came.
Yeah, it's infamous Trey I. Lee, Turtle Island. Classic record, y'all. I want to say shout out to the chat room, man. Let me get on the line. Get everybody in here real fast. Got up in here. See Shy Apples in the building. Opportune, Follow Our Heritage Apparel. Matthew Simmons, Chief Crazy Overstanding, Snake God. Realize TV, Truth Master Dre, Black Wolf, Empress Goddess Namaste. So shout out to everybody, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Alexis, Kenzie Davis is in the building. Peace, Empress. So shout out to everybody, man. Tap in, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Brandon Rogers. Hey, man, do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe. Let us know, man. Y'all fucking with your boy, man. Fucking with the movement over here, man. Y'all already know, man. Cowboys and Indians. Links in the description, man. Free gift to the 19 bangers, man. Number heat over there, man. So check us out, man. All we need you to do, man, is get it and share it with your friends and family, man. That's all you got to do, man. So shout out to everybody, man. Really appreciate y'all, man. Classic album. Shout out to Mr. C in the building. Classic record, man. You already know, man. Matter of fact, let's get into one of those records, man. Let's pull up this Underhog, A-State Band Runners, man. Shout out to the great state of Arkansas, Lake Village, Arkansas. Stand the fuck up. Let's go, Mr. LV, 421, Yay and Mill, A-State Band Runners. Let's go.
Hey, yo, Quantic, run them bands up. We got homie on. Nigga flow so sick, hit rewind. Little bit, call my phone, hit decline. Nigga want me to phone, but tell him keep trying. Been ballin' on niggas out of retire. Flow so sick, hit rewind. Little bit, call my phone, hit decline. Nigga want me to phone, but tell him keep trying. Been ballin' on niggas out of retire. Flow so sick, hit rewind. Little bit, call my phone, hit decline. Nigga want me to phone, but tell him keep trying. Been ballin' on niggas out of retire. Yeah, one time, turn the beat down. Let a nigga go crazy, see now. Fell off, got it back, had to retry. Bitch sour and shit, had to remind.
That's good. It's big dog, straight drop. Yeah. White, mayo. Everything, nigga, this a 10 phone.
Pour up some drink, roll up some ganja. I'm about to blow like a motherfucking roster. Big dog status, you know I ain't flogging. Go in the way that I want, I ain't bothered.
Yellow bone women feeling like a mod. She wanna kick it, she want no karate. I just want head, I don't want nobody. Might take a nigga, bitch, that's a ride.
That whole back stop, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking option, nigga. Oh, I got your little hoe up on my side like a option, nigga.
Big black nigga, my persona. Yes, I'm guilty, your honor. Killing these niggas and fucking these bitches. Yes, I admit to the charges.
ABR be the mafia. Tell them ain't nobody stopping us. Lot of sucker niggas wanna copy us. Still dripping on the floor, you can mop it.
Let me pop my shit. Niggas be killing me. Gotta swap my shit. Niggas watch my shit. Since you niggas stealing, well, let me lock my shit. Let me stop my shit. Yeah, I'm from the bottom, but that don't stop not shit. Bitch, I'm an underdog, underhog. Still, nothing top my shit. Bitch, I'm the truth. And I showed you over and over again, this shit ain't no fluke. This is the proof. I set the bar in this bitch, and I'ma raise it like the roof. They counting me out. Yeah, they gotta be tripping. I don't know shit about addition. Subtracting myself from anything bullshitting. I move forward in position. Since I do music, now I gotta move different. Be damn, I move without a tools. And rappers is dangerous, and I just can't be caught slipping. Be damn, I let a nigga do it. I ain't no killer, but I ain't never scared to shoot it. Don't run up on me like a groupie. We got some beef, nigga shells come included. This won't be a Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, it's A-State band runners. Hey man, I just want to shout out to everybody. Appreciate you guys, man. Hey man, like, share, subscribe. Share this on all your social media platforms, man. Tag me in it, man. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, yeah, whatever y'all got, man. We really appreciate it. So yeah, man. Today's show we're gonna be talking about the connection between the CIA, the drugs. As you guys seen, one of my shows, I like Snowfall. You guys, I don't know if you guys been keeping up with the show. If you ever seen the show, you know what I'm saying. But it talks about, it's set in the timepiece. It's set like in the 80s, and they talk about the CIA flooding the United States of America with cocaine, right, to fund a war, a quiet war, a silent war that they was fighting in South America, right? Now it was all connected to Iran, the Iran-Contra. You guys remember all this. We talked about this. We showed stuff. We showed the hearings. We showed Maxine Waters or whatever. Ultimately, getting down to the bottom of it, right? Ultimately, having all the things, lined up, but ultimately not to be able to do anything to anybody because all they have to use is national security. That's going to be a key word, national security. You guys are going to hear that a lot. It's not a conspiracy. The fact that they can thumb their nose at us and make a show about it, right? Right? They can make a show about it and basically glorify the carnage, the damage, the murders, the pain, the addiction, right?
That's right.
That still plagues us to this day, right? The 94 crime bill that was authored by this president of this corporation today. So we got to keep that in the back of y'all mind. And niggas knew this, niggas had this knowledge going into voting for him, right? But because of the propaganda, because of all the things that they do on the media, right? They do in the media. They use George Floyd's murder They use all these things to push, you know, the Blake brother. They push all these things. They push these things during election season to push fear, and they did a great job at pushing fear on our people. So much so that it made our people forget the 94 crime bill, forget all the racist shit that Biden said, right? That he never,
That's right.
that he never even apologized for. That he's so condescending. He just knew. He knew that he was gonna get an X amount of votes. And you're not black, remember? Remember he told Charlamagne? You're not black if you're not voting for him. Okay? Well, we're not black. Now we know that's a concept and that's a thing that has been given us, right? But it's a social construct, and we got to talk about that. And we got to talk about all the drugs and all the things. So a lot of us, man, we, you know, when we make 18, we make 21, we make 25, and they turn 30. These are major milestones because a lot of times you don't think that you're gonna make it because of all the pitfalls and the dangers and the things that are in our community that they placed there. Now, yes, we gravitated to it or whatever, and we still gravitating to it, the death, the destruction, and all these other things. But once again, we got to identify it. And I feel like the antidote is in the poison, okay? The antidote is in the poison. So let's pull up this next record. Black Man by my OG, BCS, Texas Stand Up. Yeah, man, let's pull up this Black Man. We're going to get into the bill tonight. It's the Panthers. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Black man, you're a superhero. You're not you got a strap, man. You got superpowers if you survive these streets. Man, sold this ass, sold that ass.
Black man, black man, black man, black man. Neighborhood superhero. Neighborhood superhero.
Neighborhood superhero.
Hey, and he be moving like a chief. It seem like he don't ever sleep. You rarely catch him on his ass. Man, always on his feet. He compete but never cheating till the mission get complete. Never close his eyes until he makes sure everybody eat. Woke up this morning with a target on my back. Black and looking good like I sold a bunch of crack. If I say I didn't, then I would be spitting facts. But that was way back in my past, 2003 to be exact. Discovered better ways to elevate, better cheddar and better rates. Competition better weight, he was moving that better weight. It's okay to gamble sometime, but I bet that better way. Let's bet I make $1 million this time. Okay, then better way. Don't have to look in the sky for a brother on a plane to recognize me when you see me. I always look better than most, but I really know ghosts, and I promise you won't wanna be me. I really hung with them killers who really didn't give a damn, cause they were killing the killers. Really on sight and they finna get with you. Never seen them kill an innocent nigga. No, we didn't have any cellular phone, so it wasn't no video, wasn't no picture. Niggas was killing each other for color. They did a drop by and they shot up your sister. So we cannot hate on the new generation, cause we the one taught them it's cool to be niggas. Cool to be killers and hitters and drillers and gorillas who really live by the trigger. Black man, black man, black man, black man. Neighborhood superhero. Neighborhood superhero. Hey, and he be moving like a chief. It seem like he don't ever sleep. You rarely catch him on his ass. That man always on his feet. He compete but team till the mission get complete. Never close his really make sure every beef. OG, I always see you with them young niggas, knowing you can't tell them shit because most of them dumb niggas. OG, I always see you with them young niggas, knowing you can't tell them shit because most of them dumb. OG, I always see you with them young niggas, knowing you can't tell them shit because most of them dumb niggas. See, that's why they don't respect you. You paint them a dumb picture. That's why they don't look up to you or them niggas who hung with you. And I would look up to either, cause most of you niggas cheaters. Lot of traits, and most of you niggas features. It's a few are strong, but most of you niggas weaker. Cool hating when I should've been most of you teach. Never no nigga that's stuck in the young niggas really the future. Gotta watch how you approach a young nigga, the young niggas really a shoot you. Juju be one of them niggas that come to them house and I really a scoop. My young niggas wanna be killers. I really line back. Wanna do 35 birthday your family and locked up with losers. Well, you don't wanna be in there with a nigga that's had your bully. 200 rappers kill any. You better 100 bands, I can prove it. 2 or 3 here, but none of the music.
I'm in the house.
Yeah. So yeah, man. So we're just gonna get right into this thing, y'all. So there's a lot going on in the media right now, man. You know, man, you see, the shenanigans and things that's going on. You just be thinking, it's like this is, you think, well, this is a distraction, right? And I didn't want to make this video and be a part of the distraction. We wanted to add some substance, you know what I'm saying, to what we're seeing. Now we're gonna use. We're about to play this video, right? Now, once again, I just want to be objective as a journalist, as an investigator, you know what I'm saying, trying to get to the bottom of these things, right? We have to be honest and fair, balanced, you know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is, man. So I want to pull this video up. Yeah, man, like I said, I don't have a dog in the fight other than, being a part and being able to make commentary, because this stuff that's happening is happening in the public, where you see people recording people, that happens, what I'm saying, without people's knowledge and stuff like that. That's illegal. Also, a lot of the other things, when omissions of crimes and things that are going on, right? Now, while you're taping stuff, you're putting you're doing the work of these people. So we're seeing. I don't know. I don't want to spoil it, you guys, but you guys, we're doing the work for them on social media. As you guys see how the other night, how they use the social media to convict people. You know what I'm saying? They use their social media posts to convict people. Y'all understand that. So we're gonna get right into this to this clip right here, man. I want to say once again, I don't condone disrespecting the dead. So I want to say rest in paradise and Nipsey Hussle. We'll get back to the commentation on the other side of this. Let's go. Y'all gotta check this out. This is crazy.
And put her mouth back on the neighborhood crib. You know, footage, bro. They know I got it.
Ooh.
They know I got it. They know I got this, bro.
Yo, isn't that Big U of Nisa some shit like that, though?
No, bro. Big U, bro. Big U is the biggest kind of snake you can find, bro.
I'm not fucking with it. I ain't fucking with no snakes. There ain't nothing charming about no snake. I don't trust the snake. I don't care how well you say you got it trained. It just ain't chose to turn on you yet. That's all that you showing me. He ain't chose to bite your ass yet. Anybody know got a snake, they got bit by that snake. I ain't fucking with it. Read the Bible, man. You know what I'm saying? Tell you don't trust the snake.
Big U, bro. Big U is the biggest kind of snake you can find, bro. Yeah, act like you love what you, bro, but it all be for a motive. Listen, bro.
What's up, YouTube? I know y'all been waiting on this. I've been waiting to do it too. But before I hop off into it, make sure y'all subscribe to my channel. Make sure y'all hit that like button and make sure y'all hit that notification bell so y'all can get my videos when they drop. Man, look. What is whack? Look, I don't know why y'all shocked. I already told y'all. I told y'all what whack was about. I told y'all he was an agent of chaos. I told y'all he was an agent, period. He not by himself, though. He not by himself. Whack 100 talking about Big U is the biggest kind of snake. He the biggest kind of snake, too, both of them. And I'm about to show you how Big U is a snake, too. Just hold up. But look, first, him talking about Nipsey, disrespecting Nipsey, talking about how they got the footage, Big U, supposedly that's where it came from. He got the footage of Nipsey and his homeboy doing what they was doing with his baby mama, and the question is, do he really got the footage? He probably do, though. And the reason he probably got it is because, like I said, Big U gave it to him. See, What you must understand is this is what happens when two disloyal people hook up together. Two snakes can't live in the same house. They just can't do it. A snake will eat itself. A snake will eat anything. And that's what they doing right now. They eating each other. Wack has a big mouth. He always being recorded. Somebody is always hearing something from him. And he don't care. And the reason he don't care is because he's backed up. But like I said, he not the only one. See, this is modern day COINTELPRO. Yeah, this is modern day COINTELPRO. They utilizing these dudes to manipulate in the community. This is on a big scale. All these videos I've been making for the past years, I've been telling y'all. Now everything is starting to manifest and come to the light. Yeah, everything. Everything is starting to manifest and come to the light. And he said, Big U is the biggest kind of snake you could find. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why right now. But both of them is the biggest kind of snakes. Wack don't care. Wack don't care about disrespecting Nipsey. This was a long time coming. But check this out. Have y'all heard of GRYD? GRYD. It stands for Gang Reduction and Youth Development. I'm about to show you some documents, and I'm about to show you contracts, and I'm about to show you these contracts is dealing with Big U. His real name is Eugene Henley. They're dealing with developing options. And you're about to see what's going on. You're about to see why Big U is arrogant. Why he keep his chest pumped up. Him and Wack. And Wack know everything I'm about to say, everything I'm about to show you. Wack know. He know. See, he backed up by every major city official in LA. Yes. 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 Check this out. And Hassan Campbell, he did the right thing by recording him. He did the right thing, because if he wouldn't have recorded him and he just put it out there, guess what? Guess what would have happened? He would have denied all of that. And he would have got into an argument and kept going and going and going. But he got set out there. So ain't no argument. You said what you said. Now the world hear it. And now the world finna see this. Check this out. This document right here. City of Los Angeles. You see what it say? Gang reduction. See what it
All
say?
bad.
And y'all can go, blow it up, go back and read it or whatever. It say City of Los Angeles. It comes from the GRYD book. And these is documents from Big U's contract with his organization, Developing Options. It's the Gang Reduction and Youth Development contract. He's the contractor. The contractor, Developing Options. This is what it says. The title, Gang Reduction and Youth Development. Said agreement is number C-126488. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. And then you see, this is just, I didn't put everything in there. There's like 200-300 pages. These are some of the, table of contents and everything. You got the contract summary sheet that was dated October 15th, 2015. The contract number is on there again, C-126488. I know y'all like, where are you going with this? You see the total amount, $555,000 for Developing Options, the contractor. Big U is the CEO of Developing Options. Developing Options contractor will provide gang intervention services in the 77th GRYD zone. That's the 77th precinct, LAPD, the police department. Okay. Here's something else that I want you to see. Chapter 2, incident response. It says section 1, CIW, incidents response protocol. CIW is contracted intervention worker. It states contractor, I already told you who that is, should provide 24-hour, 7-day-a-week incident response coverage for their contracted grid zone or secondary area zone. Okay, watch this. Contractor shall assign on-call CIWs on a monthly schedule and outline their assignments in the community engagement plan. CIWs shall have agency-assigned cell phones to ensure prompt response to incidents. Yeah. Check this out. Within 30 minutes of notification of an incident of violence via RACR, law enforcement, grid office, community members, CIW will self-deploy in an effort to decrease community tension, reduce the probability of retaliation, engage the involved gangs and crews, and assist affected families and community members. It says the contractor shall contact grid office staff within 30 minutes of incident notification and exchange information to further develop their preliminary plan of action. Grid office staff will connect with law enforcement and collect the following initial information: incident date and time, incident location, address, grid zone, division, victim's information, name, age, ethnicity, suspected affiliations, victim's location, hospital, crime scene, law enforcement contact. Contact law enforcement when necessary to confirm incident details. This is the part that's encased in the red. Yes. This is what you have to do. You know what I'm saying? This is what Big U is doing. This is what he's doing. He's a big snake, a big snake. And then you have more documents. And you see where it say LAPD grid partnership. It says LAPD grid partnership meetings will serve to convene the grid intervention contractor. You already know who the contractor is. I told you that. I showed you that. Gonna show you again too. It says grid office staff shall schedule secure location. What you need a secure location for? Send meeting reminders and facilitate the meetings. Grid contractors should ensure attendance by supervisory and other relevant staff. Yes, other relevant staff. Law enforcement command officers, captain, lieutenant, and or sergeant shall attend. Partners are to ensure the confidentiality of items discussed. Why are they keeping this confidential? The meeting shall serve to further enhance the communication and trust and collaboration between partners. This dude is a partner with the LAPD, the same people he be talking about. He throwing up neighborhood. He talking about he this and he that, but he partners with the LAPD. Yeah. I guess Whack 100 wasn't lying when he said Big U is one of the biggest snakes, one of the biggest kind of snakes you can find. He right along with him. Section 2 is talking about the triangle protocol. The relational triangle is comprised of 3 entities: community intervention workers, which is the CIWs, law enforcement personnel, when we start working with police, and grid office staff, which respond simultaneously to gang-related incidents of violence. And the way they find out is what I just read you. From the CIWs, they have to report. I read that to you. It's in the handbook, the GRID handbook. The relational triangle combines the assessment and implementation of strategies by intervention contractors, the investigative and targeted suppression strategies of law enforcement, and the access to services and community organizing principles of GRID office staff. Man. Now check this out. That's the pyramid: GRID, intervention, law enforcement. See what I'm saying? The protocol shall be exercised in all aspects of the intervention work, including but not limited to providing critical information to victims' families and community members, linking victims and their families to victim assistance programs, sharing funeral services, dates with partners, identifying hot spots, and developing peacemaking agreements. Yeah, they got to throw all kind of stuff in there, make it look real good. This dude worked for the 77 Police Department. Check this out, though. It says gang reduction and youth development. Intervention agencies that are contracted with the City of Los Angeles Mayor's Office of Gang Reduction and Youth Development shall comply with this scope of work and the accompanied GRID Intervention Services Handbook Attachment 4. Failure to comply with this requirement will result in non-compliance and may jeopardize your contractual relationship with the City of Los Angeles. See, he's in a contract with all of them, and he has to provide information for all of them, what's ever going on in the neighborhood, shootings, killings, whatever. Yeah. It says scope of services. Check this out. Incidents response. Contractor shall conduct 24-hour incidents response coverage in and around the GRID zone in an effort to reduce gang violence or other violent crimes as determined by the GRID office. It's a lot of things that it say. Contractor shall maintain the triangle protocol with the Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, and the GRID office as described in the GRID Intervention Services Handbook. Ask him about that and see what he say. Ask him. Yeah. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. And look at this. This is contract summary sheet. This was dated back in 2017. I guess he started off in 2015. This is from the Mayor's Office of Public Safety, contact person Eve Ledoux, contract number C-126488. Yes, for developing options, contractor name. Total amount $555,000 plus $460,000 equals $1,015,000. This is what's on that contract. This amendment increases the contractor's original budget by $460,000. So that means he did a good job. You know, he gave him a lot of information. You know, and as you can see right here, you have Eric Garcetti, the mayor. He's on there. Christopher Lee, deputy city attorney. You know, and whose name do you see? Eugene Henley. He signed it and he printed it, and he's the CEO. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure did. Yes, sir. That ain't all, though. I'm going to show you something else, too. It says, key points. Document active gangs affecting the zone. So that means whatever gangs is in that zone, in the 77 division GRID zone, he has to document that. The active gangs, things that's going on. Identify, develop, and implement strategies to engage active gangs. This ain't nothing but modern day COINTELPRO. agent provocateur. We'll let you have developing options. We'll give you all this money. In return, you have to do this. It's always them ones. Always them ones. They always use them ones. Identify CIW gang engagement assignments. Document the license to operate of each CIW in respect to the gangs affecting the zone. They have many people. Man, this is in his contracts, though. This is from the grid handbook. But it's all disguised up under we doing community activism. We making sure the kids is safe, and we curtailing violence in the neighborhood. Now you giving intel to the police. The Black Panthers never worked with the police. All the community activists, I know the real ones, they don't work with the police.
That's not true.
Unless they really is something really detrimental, and then everybody know what's going on. All this stuff I read you and this confidentiality, nah, that don't be going on. Don't none of that go on at all. They give them telephones so they can get in contact with them. Yes, all of that. It's 300 something pages of this. 300 something pages of this, man. My gosh. Wow. You see these contracts, you see all of this. See how he was funded from the 77th, from the mayor's office, $555,000, July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2019. July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. It goes all the way to June 30th, 2022. We ain't even hit June yet. So, it's been going on since 2015 that I know of, all the way up until now, Man. And whose name should you see? Eugene Henley, again, on the contracts, along with the mayors and all of them. Yeah. This is crazy, man. This is very crazy. This dude is working with the police, giving them information on gang members, on shootings, on everything what happened. You can read this stuff yourself. This is in his contract. This is crazy. This is super crazy, but this is why he stick his chest out, because like I said, he's backed by every major city official in LA. He's backed by the police department, the LAPD, the same people he talk about when he doing them interviews. Y'all notice he did them interviews, right? He ain't never mentioned this in them interviews. He tell you about developing options. Ask him about this in the interview. Ask him about this part. Ask him about the GRID program, gang reduction and youth development. Ask him about them contracts. Ask him about that. Can't get around that at all. And who knows? This might be just a whole play put together by all of these fools. Hassan, Wack, Big U, 6ix9ine, all of them. They all have something in common. All of them. Yeah. All you got to do is pull the wool back from over your eyes. Yeah, what's ever in the dark is coming to the light. Big snake. Whack a big snake too. Everything about him is being exposed. But look here. I told y'all I was going to show y'all. I'm Star Wolf. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button. Make sure y'all hit that like button, that notification bell so you can get these videos. And make sure that you share my videos. This ain't no fake stuff right here. This is why y'all seeing what y'all seeing. This is why Wack doing what he do. This is why Big U doing what he do. Been telling y'all for the last 3 years. Now I think came to fruition. Now you see. Now you see. Peace.
Damn. I mean, y'all, my jaw was on the ground. You know what I'm saying? But it goes back to what we talk about when we talk about the Black program. We talk about the Ghetto Informant program, right? It just changes names. It just looks different. And if we're going to connect the drugs, the gangs, and all this other stuff, because once again, that was a result of them flooding Los Angeles with tons of cocaine to fund their war.
That's right.
Now, what I see is ironic, right? Now, I heard, now I know people talk or whatever, but can somebody confirm this? That Whack 100 was once an actual police officer. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when we talk about these nonprofits and these things, you have contracts to keep tabs on the community. That's a part of the contract. Not that you have to do it, right? But your pastor and everybody else that's a part of this program are spying on the motherfucking people. Now, what's crazy to me is that you got people that are still identifying themselves in their 50s as members of these organizations, right? But are they telling the people that they are moonlighting for those people? Like the cell phone and like, bro, this is terrible, y'all. This is terrible. But somebody put in the chat room, he's not the only one. He just would be the one that we wouldn't expect this from.
That's right.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. We want to hear from Big U. Okay. Big U just responded. So I got this. We're gonna pull this up real fast because we want to be fair and balanced. We want to be fair and balanced. As once again, I had respect for this brother. For the, even when we talk about gang intervention and we talk about, these things, that is the good part of it, right? Keeping these kids out of, but the bad part is the surveillance, the contract, the monies, the things that, y'all understand what I'm saying? So let's pull this video up.
Shame.
You guys got to see this, man. This is crazy because it goes along with this right here, right? It's Big U responded a couple hours ago when this was posted. So this is in his own words. And I think it's interesting because what we just seen, that brother doesn't have a large channel. So a lot of people are not going to see it, not going to get this information. So that's why I put it up, right? Because we have a duty to put this stuff to rest. Now we're talking about, they're talking about Big U set up Nipsey and all these different rumors. I don't like those type of conversations and stuff either. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. But I think it's really important that you guys see this and we're gonna examine this and stuff, as opposed to just saying, yo, we're just gonna talk about it. Because I've seen a lot of stuff, a lot of people talking, a lot of people are, trying to justify, people are taking sides. Hey man, if your man's is wrong, your man's is wrong. Stand like, once again, yes, Hassan Campbell should not have been taping nobody.
That's right.
I mean, this is what it is without their consent or whatever. But you guys should absolutely know that this is happening. And as far as Whack 100, he wanted this to get out because he's telling it to anybody, especially somebody that he don't know, especially somebody that runs his mouth the way Hassan runs his motherfucking mouth.
That's right.
So he wanted it to get out. So stand on it. But you guys got to see this right here, man. This right here is just a company of the video. And this is in Big U's words. Let's go. Shit.
Working.
Working.
That thing just got shaved. Yo, Gab, what up with it? Hell no, I want them to keep my name out their mouth. I want them to keep my name in their mouth. That's how I get the check. I'm like Cat Williams, man. If you ain't got nobody to hate on, feel free to hate on me. So I get the check, man. So I get the check. It say if they ain't talking about you, you ain't doing nothing. I'm developing options, man. I'm about to go
developing options. Remember he said
work right here.
Shame.
We just got another deal for the media outlet, for the media company. Chalk went up. About to start this new project. Start filming this new project. A new documentary we're going to be working on. I could tell y'all the name because it's been funded already, but I ain't telling y'all. Make y'all figure it out. Y'all like to listen. Y'all like listening to nonsense and stupidity. But then what's crazy when none of this shit don't prove to be nothing, you don't apologize. So why the fuck should I address it? Y'all niggas sound so stupid. And all you people just go with whatever is first thing on your mind. Man, I like that backpack. Yo, fella. If I seen it. We working. You know what I mean? Real business. We don't do no glow. We just keep working. Like I said, stay real, stay positive, stay connected. Real simple. Look for the positive in everything you do. And all you got to do is read the writing on the wall. Words to live by. Stay working on them. Stay working on them. Look, they make my numbers go up. You know what I mean? Numbers go up, viewers go up. And y'all already know all the truth. Y'all be blessed. I just came to check in so y'all tell y'all the good happy news I just got. Gonna be working on this project. And I got two good blessings. I got one good blessing for Developing Option, my nonprofit. You know what I'm saying? On what we do, which I always tell y'all about. And I got a second blessing for my media company. The more y'all talk about me, the more these white folks go look up my name. Y'all keep it coming, because the blessings is coming. They ain't gonna get nothing to nobody whose name ain't popping. Do the math on that. So y'all keep my name going. If you ain't got no hate, you ain't got nobody to hate on, feel free to work for me. Hey, Cat, I just remixed Cat. If you don't got nobody to hate on, feel free to work for me. Thank you. I love y'all. Y'all keep it going. Keep my name in the top.
Sheesh. Yeah,
Shame.
Shame.
Is there anything else to say? I don't know. We're gonna get back to that, right? Let's get a music break in here, man. We gotta change the frequency right now. Sheesh, man. Hey, man, we applying pressure around here, man. So let's get this infamous Trey Ali in here, man. Let's go ahead and apply a little pressure. Shit, y'all. We're gonna come back on the side of this and talk about this thing, man. I got a few other things I want to talk about tonight, but this right here is really interesting. Yeah, man. So let's get right to it, man. Let's keep applying pressure, man. Let's go. Hey, Cowboys and Indians, Return to Doc Holliday. It's out now.
They should be booed. They should be booed.
Yeah. I don't tolerate for niggas. Show me different one time. I don't tolerate for niggas. Show me different one time. I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate for niggas. Show me different one time. I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate for niggas. Show me different one time. I don't fuck with you. Red had my bed before we steady, bitch, I'm Caesar. Red had my bed before we steady, bitch, I'm Caesar. Red had my bed before we steady, bitch, I'm Caesar. From the get-go, know my status, ain't need. Red had my bed before we steady, bitch, I'm Caesar. From the get-go, know my status, he ain't needed. He fresh out the pen and I'm just happy, kept from breathing. Sometimes bitch was scheming, I seen but I ain't seen it. Hanging around the nigga, they smart don't make you bigger. Hanging around the nigga, they hard don't make you killers. Hanging around the niggas, Smith, they ain't your niggas. Heard they snatch you up like cool, like chillin'. Loyalty ain't cool no more, niggas rather be hoes. Lucky, I don't pimp no more, I would've put you on. Gangsters ain't the same no more, don't give a fuck about they name no. I'm with ain't the same, she blame no fuck, she broke. I came from the old days, if she broke ways to look both ways. Never turn the housewife, that shit dead, no way, Jose. I wrote this shit while riding in the top down, no shade. Roll these niggas and I spin the spark down. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. Pressure. It's pressure. Pressure. Riding in the floor, I do not kick it with forms. AK only fans, I'm on choppers doing porn. Riding in the floor, I do not kick it with forms. AK only fans, I'm on choppers doing. Riding in the floor, I do not kick it with forms. AK only fans, I'm on choppers doing porn. Driving in their chest, them hollows, break this fucking shorts. Crack that bitch backwards, triggers pushing forward. I don't want your paper fee, your money got no gold. Fuck them reparations, restitution, get them gone. Tired of being target, so I target on my own. Handy with the chrome, John Wick, tombstone. Positive like COVID when testings and an investment. Void and jabs like critical, they can't stand me. Crazy with the verses, 10 for a caption. Padded room, to fumes of burning masses. At up the nose like gases, just me and some ratchets. We don't need extendos, cause we aiming at your. So much dope up in the air, you swear the room on fire. Bodies everywhere, these bitches looking crucified. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Different one time, I don't fuck with you. Pressure.
It's pressure. So, like I said, we're going to discuss them, open up the panel a little later. I just want to keep this thing going I definitely want to wrap a taste, about this thing because you guys got to know, you know what I'm saying? We talk about grid. Every major city has grids. I don't have to tell you that every major city has these listening posts, these people who are working undercover. And we're gonna get into this. I got another video a little later that's gonna kind of break some of this stuff down, what the CIA is doing, right? But I want to pull up this video. This brother was talking about, growing up in Chicago, and they talk about, getting crates of guns and exotic guns and things of that nature, whatever. I just think it's we're going to add this to this conversation because when we talk about drugs, we got to talk about the guns as well, because that came with the drug game, right? And so it was something that was interesting that he said in this video. So yeah, I definitely want to pull this up, man. Get another song in before we go. Let's pull up that Judgment Day. CT Finesse, St. Louis in this motherfucker. The Lou, y'all already know, man. Living Legends Tour coming soon, man. So y'all be on the lookout, man. Coming to a city near you, man. But yeah, let's get back to this Judgment Day, man. St. Louis, stand the fuck up. Let's go.
No. Say what they gonna do in this Judgment Day. Yeah. Brand new Glock just came today. Make 45 bands on a rainy day. I done ran on my cake in a major way. Hold on 1 second, just made a play. Had a combo with God, ready to pain away. Say I'm leaving too fast, take a day. I'm a blessing for sure, so I say my grace. Gotta answer that dough in this Judgment Day. Brand new Glock just came today. Make 45 bands on a rainy day. I done ran on my cake in a major way. Hold on 1 second, just made a play. Had a combo with God, ready to pain away. Say I'm leaving too fast, take a day. I'm a blessing for sure, so I say my grace. Gotta answer that dough in this Judgment Day. Remember them days I was broke, I wasn't having no dope, bitch, they never knew cause I wasn't popping. I'm not a baby when I was there looking for money, I'm tapping off for my pockets. I was a young boy, no NBA, going broke again, that ain't no option. I'm in Houston, but I keep me a rocket. Dressing all white, got me feeling like Gotti. Judgment Day coming, I ain't scared of nothing. I got off my ass and I start counting hundreds. Turkey bag started off as an onion. Finesse, man, he ain't see that shit coming. His ass butterflies in his stomach. Throw the window down, boy, start dumping. Like a shoot around, he got a bucket. He a shooter now, he say he thuggin'. Front line of the band like he David Ruffin. Gun in hand, he look ready for starting. He Superman, he feel like he the tough thing with the plan. Don't keep pressing his buttons. If it's up, then he go in the dumbest. Keep a pole, you would think he a plumber. On his ass, hop out right on your butt. Oh, you stepping with this nigga be stomping. Clock just came today. Make 45 bands on a rainy day. I done cake in the major way. Hold on 1 second, just made a play. And I got ready to pain away. Say I'm leaving too fast, take a day. I'm a go, so I say my grace. Got it dough in this Judgment Day. Brand new Glock just came today. Make 45 bands on a rainy day. I done ran on my cake in a major way. Hold on 1 second, just made a play. Had a God ready to pain away. Say I'm moving too fast, take a day to day. I'm a blessing for sure, so I say my grace. Gotta answer that door when it's Judgment Day. Y'all shall not judge, they do anyway. Sour niggas mug turn to lemonade. Don't care who we was, we not that today. Don't show me no love, you not here to stay. Just like a bug, they be all in your face. Straight off the mud, they ain't do me no favor. Enough for dub, I got too many flavors. Call us up, with all y'all good players. They mad I be ballin', they bitches be calling, swear I hit them often. I swear that I do. These niggas put trust in the hoe and don't even know she the one talking. She the one flapping her mouth. Now soon as you see them, no need to ID them, they laid in the coffin. Boom, boom, boom. Be careful when looking for trouble, might knock on the door of a slaughter. Brand new Glock just came today. Make 45 bands on a rainy day. I done ran on my cake in a major way. Hold on 1 second, just made a play. Had a combo with God ready to pain away. Say I'm leaving too fast, take a day. I'm a blessing for sure, so I say my grace. Gotta answer that door when it's Judgment Day. Brand new Glock just came today. Make 45 bands on a rainy day. I done ran on my cake in a major way. Hold on 1 second, just made a play. Had a combo with God ready to pain away. Say I'm moving too fast, take a day to day. I'm a blessing for sure, so I say my grace. Gotta answer that door when it's Judgment Day.
Yeah, Cowboys and Indians. It's the return of Doc Holliday. Legends never die. That's CT Finesse. St. Louis. It's next up in St. Louis, y'all. Shout out to CT. Yeah, man, we're gonna get this video up, man. It's ex-gang, Chicago gang member, right? He's gonna tell his story. Now here's the thing. Now I haven't heard Big U or Whack 100. I'm just using these brothers as example. Say that they were X. You know what I'm saying? They still seem pretty active to me. And so that's another thing when we're talking about, you know, the responsibility of the OGs. When you're an OG, you have a responsibility to clean up a lot of the messes and things that we did and not teach the youngsters dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? So what OG say? You hang with the young niggas. Yeah, you just a dumb nigga. Yeah, all that, right? But this is what we're talking about, just real dumb shit, right? So this is a OG right here giving up some game the right way. So let's get to this. Let's go.
How y'all doing, man? Yeah, my name is Leland. I'm broadcasting from Las Vegas, Nevada. And my broadcast today, you know, I'm focusing on the situation in Chicago, man. I'm from Chicago, born and raised there. I ran those streets in Chicago and changed my life. But I want to kind of make people aware of some things that you don't know, because you've never really been out there, then you wouldn't know it. And it's going to be hard to believe, but myself, for a fact, and several others that I ran with know this to be the truth. Growing up in Chicago in the early 90s, the same situation was happening. I've been in Chicago where a person came into my house and knocked on the door to come and get me early in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, and said, come with me, man. It's a crate of guns in the alley. And I got up and ran out there, and sure enough, there was a crate of guns. And during that time when we in it, you're not thinking about where did the guns just come from. You know, you never think about that type of stuff, like where did the guns come from and why are they here? But now that I'm older, I can kind of tell you that it's a diabolical plot. Nothing is stopped. The guns are still there. The guns are still being placed in these different strategic communities. It's a plan. It's not out in Bridgeview. It's not out in, Westmount. You know, they're putting it in the hundreds for sure. Yeah, they're putting it on 55th. They're putting it in Inglewood. 6:30 in the morning, while older people that's at work, you sleep. You're not outside. So, you got the streetwalkers and the people that's out, they hustling and they out all types of day. Yeah, they're the ones that's going to run across them. And who would go and tell the police? I never went to go tell the police when we found some guns. That don't even make sense. Why would you go tell the police? So people are wondering why so much violence. Think about it. You think about this. Okay, the police are locking people up constantly in Chicago every single day. They're taking guns off the street every single day, every day. So how is it that all of these guns just keep appearing? Where are all the guns coming from? Nobody's going to the gun store buying these guns. So where are all these guns? Now, this is another part that you don't know. I was so used to having exotic guns that I thought that was the norm. You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying far as, I don't know if are you familiar with guns, but a fully automatic handgun is almost impossible to get. You know what I'm saying? A fully automatic assault rifle, that's not common. It may sound common, but that's not common. A Uzi that's fully automatic, that's not common. So I was so used to having everything in the area that I knew of was fully. It shot fully automatic, fully. So me being 17 and 18 and in my 20s, I was so naive that I believed that's how all guns was. I seen so many different exotic guns on the street running around in different areas with the guys just running around. I thought that was the norm. So now I'm an older gentleman. I'm out here, I switched my life around. I'm living right, So now I'm clearing my name up and got my record sealed. And I'm going to the gun shop now. I'm going to the shooting range, shooting like I'm supposed to. And I go into gun stores and I'm asking for certain guns and they looking at me like I'm crazy. Like I made that gun up. These are guns that I've seen several times in different areas that the gun stores saying, huh? How would that be on the street? That's something that you would have to get specialized, customized. You see what I'm saying?
But these guns are on the streets of Chicago. And my point to you is, yeah, we can't try to make an excuse for the kids out there shooting. And it ain't all kids, but we can't make an excuse. But I want you to look at the bigger picture. Where are they getting the guns from? It's not one or two areas. It's not one or two areas. It's everywhere. In the urban community is what I'm telling you. They're not dropping them out there in Hillcrest. They're not gonna be out there. You check in them hundreds. You check on the low end. You check in the heart of the city, in the inner city. That's where they're dropping all the guns at. That's where all the killings is happening at. That's why a lot of innocent people are getting shot, stuff like that. Because of these guns. They got guns that they can't control. They shoot these guns, letting off, man, 100 shots, man, in 30 seconds. These guns are not being bought. They don't have no gun license to buy these guns. So where are they getting the guns from? That's the question. I'm telling you right now. They've been dropping the guns off in crates for years. They've been doing it. I've seen it twice in my lifetime. I seen it in 1990, and then I seen it again in 1999. I seen it with my own eyes. You can believe it or not, but that's the honest to God truth. I went out, I seen the guns in the crate myself, and they went out through the whole area. Everybody got this one, grab that one. Let me get that one. I grabbed it. Everybody got it. And that's what they keep doing. That's how the guns keep getting on the streets. That's why the wars don't stop. You see what I'm saying? That's the part that people got to focus on. The gun control, how you going to control something if you study putting it down there? That's propaganda when they saying this gun control, or we lobbying for gun control. You're not trying to control nothing when you study putting guns out there. They giving it to them. Now they want to give them the guns so they can catch them with the guns. Either they gonna kill somebody with the gun, then they get to lock them up, or they catch them with the gun and they get to lock them up. Either way, it's lose, 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 lose. You see what I'm saying? It's a business for them. It's a business. You know what I'm saying? It's like me wanting to sell a drug, but I got to get you hooked first. You know, it's a business for them. So the more people that they can catch with guns, or the more people that commit crimes with guns, they get to lock them up. To them, it's just a number. They don't care. They don't care who it is. But it's more of the African American community that's you know, we're the victims. And I hate that everything boils down to race and all of that. I'm not a racist, but the truth is the truth. And I'm just telling it how it is. You know what I'm saying? I go to Chicago all the time. But if I go out to Westmount, Illinois, where one of my good white friends live, and I go with him, it's a different community. It's a different community. Ain't nobody running around with no guns. Ain't nobody doing nothing. I go out there, I feel safe. As soon as I go where I grew up at, I'm not getting out the car without no gun because I don't trust nobody, because everybody around here got a gun. Everybody got a gun. You hear that part? That's the part that matters. Everybody got a gun, from the 14-year-old on up. Everybody got one. They ain't doing nothing with it. They just got one. Well, how do everybody got all these guns? Where they come from? Right back to that again. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The guns are being deliberately placed, strategically placed in certain communities to target certain individuals. Please pay attention. Please research it. Check it out. Ask some of the OGs who've been around and they'll tell you the same thing, that I'm not lying. I'm just willing to expose it. I'm trying to tell you the truth. It's the truth. They deliberately placing guns in Chicago in different areas. That's why so much shooting. The kids, as a little boy, when you grow up, you want to be a cowboy. You want a gun in your hand. As soon as you get it, you're going to emulate what you're seeing that people in front of you doing. So as soon as you get your hand on that gun, you got an extension clip, an extended clip. Where all these extended clips come from? Where do you think they come from? Just think about it logically. Where do all these automatic weapons come from that's doing all this shooting? Where do they come from? But nobody can go. Chicago don't got no gun stores. Think about that. There is no gun store in the city limits of Chicago. So where are the guns coming from? How do you get bullets? How do you get bullets? Because they dropping off bullets with the guns. That's how. Where they get bullets from? Okay, if I got guns, say I got the guns, where am I going to get bullets if it's not a gun store in the city of Chicago? That's what I'm trying to show y'all. Think about it logically. They don't want us to stop and think, because then if we stop and think, then we're going to be on point. You understand what I'm saying? So hopefully this will wake somebody up. maybe you'll snatch your son up or your nephew or your cousin and you'll talk to him and you'll let him know it's a bigger picture than running around with these gangs, and that stuff ain't gonna last nowhere, you know. I was there, I came up out of it. Everybody won't be so lucky, but today I just want to drop one to grow on y'all, man, that there is a plot and there is a plan, and it's strategically against our communities. So this is signing off from Las Vegas. The truth. This is not no maybe. I think he know what he talking about. I'm telling you the truth. They dropping guns off, man.
And what he's saying is absolutely factual. I remember in the 90s, you know, just the same atmosphere, you know what I'm saying, that's happening now was happening in the 90s, you know what I'm saying, early 90s, like you said, as well as in the late 90s, you know what I'm saying. But what was interesting about the late 90s, 99, they were doing like a lot of sweeps, right? 30, 40, 50 indictments, you know what I'm saying? Like just sweeping up the city, right? And they left a void, right? A void of leadership. And it was ABK after that, anybody killers, you know what I'm saying? And it's just been wild ever since late 90s, you know what I'm saying, all the way into today. So I just think it's really interesting. He was like, yo, you know, like when he go to certain areas, you know, where pale people be at, right? And we talk about this, right? All over America, you know, they're air quote gentrifying certain places that was high crime area and things of that nature, whatever, right? But it's interesting to me how niggas could a place that was high crime area, whatever, but they can move these people in, and now we don't commit crimes in these areas anymore. You understand what I'm saying? It's just really interesting. Of course, you know, they're protecting their areas, they're enforcing the areas or whatever, to make sure that the place is safe, so they don't have to worry about certain things. So I just think that's really interesting when we talk about that dynamics. And he was like, yo, why everybody got a gun from the 14-year-old on up? They're not doing nothing with them. That's a fact. What are you doing with these guns? But I had to get past, right? And just me, right? If I got a gun, then I got it for my brothers. Think about it. Right? And we don't trust each other. And we definitely hate each other. Now, it would be different, right? Now, I'm just in a hypothetical situation that the brothers were on point. They wouldn't be dropping off guns in crates by the crates and stuff to arm brothers that are on point, who are thinking about organizing, thinking about building, and thinking about protecting the motherfucking community as opposed to terrorizing the community. That's what we're talking about, okay? Talking about protecting the community. We're talking about as opposed to spying on the community, as opposed to of telling on the community, as opposed of setting up these young men, pushing them out there, telling them all this other stuff. And in the meanwhile, you working for the folks against them. That's not what OG is supposed to be doing out here, you guys. It's not how we're supposed to be moving. But unfortunately, that's what's going on right now. We're watching and YouTube is crazy because people are paying attention to these fools and they're getting paid. So, you know, snitching on the community, telling them, you know, they say, oh, we're doing this because we care about the youth and all this other stuff. No, you don't. You don't care about the youth. If you did, then you would have some solutions to these conversations, as opposed to just glorifying violence in Chicago, Miami, wherever, Newark, LA. They're dropping guns off everywhere, not just Chicago, Baltimore. Okay? And they know you hate each other, and they know you're going to kill each other, as well as innocent people. So I just think that we gotta do better, man. We gotta start thinking better and start moving a little bit more strategic. You know what I'm saying? Once again, it's about peace. We're talking about peace. They're not gonna drop off to arm people who are about loving on each other, about building their communities. They're not going to do that. So I just want to point that out. And I thought it was really interesting that, because you can't find these guns. So I never really thought about it because I'm, you know what I'm saying? I'm like this guy, you know what I'm saying? Like you think certain things are a certain way. You don't know that fully automatic weapons are not even legal. So where are they getting them from? Once again, so we have to talk about them putting these military grade weapons inside these cities, but then had to turn around and say, but the violence is so bad, it's worse than the Afghanistani and Iraq wars put together. Did y'all know that? That is more casualties in Chicago than they have in 2 theaters of war. Did y'all know that? Think about that. It's really interesting. Let me put the link in the chat.
Shame.
Put this up in here. Let's come up in here, rap about this Big U thing. Back 100 now. Like I said, man, this is all what it's about. Got another clip, like I said, we're gonna pull that up a little later. Ab TV in the building. Elizabeth Young, Sagittarius Jones, Charles Clark, Big Dog Philly OG, Nisha C, Snake God. I'm gonna say peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for all tapping in. See Hiker in the building. Peace to the guy, man. Redskin, what up, though? 8 Dev Hefe in the building. Anthony Redmond. Peace to the guys, man. King Typh 2.0. Rashard Harris. That's right.
I see you, Ed. I see you, Ed.
Who you see?
That's my man, Ant. That's my man, Ant. OG Anthony Redmond. That's my guy.
Oh, what's up, Ant? What else we got here? Lou Era. Peace, Dirty. We got Willa Jean, Mrs. Willa Jean Bruce. Shout out to Mrs. Willa Jean Bruce. Peace, Empress. Thank you for coming. Yeah, man, we appreciate everybody, man, tapped in, man. But damn, bro, that's crazy, yo. Let me put this in here real fast. Yo, that's just crazy, man. I want to go back to the conversation. What we're talking about. I know you guys be saying with Chief, that doesn't necessarily mean, for instance, and this is the question I got for you guys, that Big U or anybody that is working, in that capacity. My question is, do we consider that working for the establishment and working for the people? That would be that's the question I want to ask you guys. You guys come up. You know what I'm saying? Scotty, what up, though? I am you. Truth in the building. Peace of God. Yeah, man, I gotta know, man. This is real. This is a touchy one right here, man. You know what I'm saying? Because once again, it says since 2015, and the brother was and his contract is all the way to June of 2022. So all right, and Big U was talking about that, keep his name out there or whatever. Them white folks is gonna pay him. And then he literally brought this up. And I think he had to bring it up because he know this is out there. So it's kind of like a damage control type thing, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Once again, I believe in developing the community, keeping the children away from gangs and violence and drugs and killing each other and all these other things, right? And giving them other things to do, right? You understand? But once again, when you have OGs that are playing both sides of the fence, that's not a good look. Because you can't, what they say, you can't pay two masters. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to point that out, man. It's not a good look, man. See if anybody want to come in and talk about this. Yeah. Okay, that's man. Right. I'm gonna pull up this other video. Then we're gonna get into this video, and we'll get back and talk about this a little later, man. Yeah, man, that's all bad, man. This is happening in every city in America, you guys. And so when you see these shorties with these extended clips and stuff, you'd be like, well, where did they get that from? Because you just assume that they done went and bought it, but nah, these guns are getting out there and they're getting in the market. So that's just really interesting. But yeah, I would definitely, you definitely can see how violence and how things will happen, especially in an impoverished situation, how that would, destabilize a community, right? And they're doing this on purpose because then they can say they can depress, right, the community so much that the property is so low and nobody wants to come there and nobody wants to build anything there, right? Now, that's what they have done. Then they slide their slimy asses right on in, right? After the niggas done depressed it for them, then they come get it for pennies on the dollar and they call it gentrification. And next thing you know, now it's overpriced for your ass and you can't even be in that neighborhood anymore. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what's happening. This is what they're doing. We're not going to go back and forth. We say, why are they doing it? Well, it's for population control, to control people from far as being in jail, far as death. It's a death culture, but it's also about economics. It's about power. Okay. Destabilizing our communities. Nobody's going to want to build in these communities if these things are happening. Right. So this is what we're talking about. This is what we're dealing with. So shout out to everybody, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Hey, man, like, share, subscribe, man. We definitely appreciate it. All the anonymous. So I just want to say thank you guys. You know who you are. For support anonymously. So appreciate you guys. And also everybody else, man. Shout out to all the builders out there, man. We definitely got some things, man. We're gonna be dropping the builders tomorrow, so y'all be on the lookout for that. Good Saturday, man. We got some stuff going on. So, what else we got going on? Let's pull this. Let's get this video up. It's called this guy right here is it's called the Spy Whisperer, right? Now, what is interesting about this right now, we've been talking about this for a while. You know what I'm saying? We when we talk about the from Richard Allen and Epsilon Jones and all these other guys, all the way up to today, unfortunately, to the big U's and them, you know what I'm saying, and all these other people who are working with the city. You know what I'm saying? Other things. So it's a lot of stuff coming out, you guys, from these tape conversations that WAC 100 has had with Hassan Campbell. But what I'm extracting from this is not the distraction of it, but the realness of what's really going on. As far as we're talking about COINTELPRO, as far as we're talking about guns and drugs and the spying on American citizens.
That's right.
American citizens, okay? This is illegal, as well as planting guns and planting drugs in our community.
That's right.
In our land, in our country. So this is what we're talking about. So this is what we fighting against. So we don't condone. Once again, I got to let y'all know, we don't condone drugs, murder, violence, all these other things. We don't condone degenerate behavior. So I'm not saying that anybody, you is snitching or he's not working for the betterment of the people. What I'm saying, this is what I'm saying, that you cannot be on both sides of the fence. See, that brother that we heard earlier was an ex-gang member. He didn't ever say, hey, I'm a El Rook and I'm a Mickey Cobra, you know what I'm saying? He's still repping that, still, got his foot over there while he still taking funding from the government and spying on the young men. That's not a good look. It's never gonna be a good look. And yes, we have to ask that question, Big U. You know what I'm saying? What's this about? Cell phone, all this, you know what I'm saying, in your contract. And he admitted that that's his company, right? Because people can make up paperwork, but he has admitted that developing options is his company. Okay? So we're going to get right into this spy whisper, you guys, man. I'm going to say shout out to all the American Aborigines. Just want to let y'all know, man, if anybody told y'all that y'all tuned into the greatest of all motherfucking time, It's your Sahab, and I come in peace. I really do, y'all. So, like I said, it is not to tear nobody down because I want to take the advice of Big U and just look at the positive of everything. There's got to be some positive in this. You know what I'm saying? And so hopefully these type of videos could, do some correcting. You know what I'm saying? Get some corrections going on out here. So I want to say shout out to everybody, man. Like I said, I have a lot of respect for the brother, but that right there just raising. That's not a good look. Big U. So yeah, let's just get right into this video right here, man. This is really interesting, you guys. It's gonna be kind of cerebral, but I'm gonna stop it. We're gonna talk about a few things. So let's go. Let's get right to this. Let's go. Fair use. Hey, y'all be on the lookout, man. Anybody I'll get back to that. Let's go.
I'm so glad to welcome you to this second talk and a view from inside the CIA and FBI with our wonderful Smithsonian
That ain't working right.
Daryl recently completed
Hey, bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back.
in the U.S. intelligence.
Oh no, we good. She ain't talking about shit.
He earned the CIA's distinguished career intelligence medal upon
Sorry,
she just talking about homeboy right here.
He served 4 years as an analyst in the U.S. Air Force from 1987 to 1990, and 28 years as a CIA operative from 1990 to 2018. His career highlights include serving as chief of the CIA's iconic training facility, which I cannot mention by name today, the deputy director of the Counterterrorism Center, chief of Africa Division, and multiple tours as a chief of station. At the time of his retirement in October of 2018, Daryl was the most senior Black officer in the CIA's Directorate of Operations. He's lived and worked in 10 foreign countries, including Italy, Okinawa, South Korea, Niger, Senegal, Morocco, Nigeria, Uganda, Pakistan, and Switzerland. He has also spent time in Somalia after Black Hawk Down and in Burundi after the Hutu Tutsi massacres. He managed the intelligence community response to the Ebola virus outbreak in West Africa in 2014. So might have a coronavirus question for him after that. In November of 2019, Daryl was appointed Chief Operating Officer of Mosaic, a boutique crisis management intelligence and advisory firm. He's also an ABC News contributor and consultant for CT Watch, a global solutions provider of training and consulting in counterterrorism, security, and intelligence. So I'm hoping he'll also share some stories with us of his musical cover career in Uganda. Thank you, Daryl.
He was undercover doing music, yeah. So you're gonna talk about that.
I ride motorcycles on the weekend, so the thought of getting a hearing aid, I was scared. With Lily, did a hearing test on the computer.
Now look at the audience.
Good morning.
Check the audience out.
Since it's Black History Month, I want to start with a little bit of history of Black History Month because
this thing said Black History Month.
For people to understand that Black history is American history. I've always felt that. My parents felt that. My grandparents felt that. So Black History Month started as an idea in 1926, and it was many years later in 1970 when Kent State University Black Student Union actually recognized Black History Week at that time. Gerald Ford, as president in 1976 during the bicentennial, officially recognized it, but it wasn't until 1985 in the state of Georgia, my state, when Martin Luther King was celebrated as a state holiday in 1985 and then became nationwide in 1986. And I bring up this story because for a couple of reasons. I was a junior at the University of Georgia when in January of 1985, I was sitting in the cafeteria and I was with my roommate and we were all in a similar conversation. Similar only in the sense that we were both talking about Martin Luther King. And then I heard one of the guys say, maybe we should shoot 4 more of them and make a week out of it. And same reaction you just had. And I wasn't sure that I heard what I thought I heard. And I saw one guy kind of glance over because there was a black guy at the next table. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? And the guy was like, well, why don't we recognize Kennedy as a holiday? I said, first of all, he's from Massachusetts. He's not from Georgia. And it's not really relevant to the discussion. This isn't about, Kennedy versus King. So I recount that story because we still have a long way to go. And the fact that I'm standing here today before such a fantastic, I know the amount of history and people involved in intelligence in this room is mind-boggling. I can just feel it. I am a second-generation intelligence officer. My father was an NCO in the Air Force. My brother was an NCO in the Air Force, and they both did SIGINT. So I kind of grew up in this. I grew up Cub Scout, Boy Scout, ROTC in high school, ROTC in college. Then I became an Air Force officer myself, military analyst, served in Korea, served at Bergstrom Air Force Base, which doesn't exist anymore. If we got any people here from Austin, Texas, it is now Austin Bergstrom International Airport. So along the way, my path was simply, be proud of who you are, be proud of your nation, be proud of this flag, give back. And CIA came calling. After 4 years in the Air Force, I answered an ad in a newspaper article, and it said, write a 1,500 word or less essay on anything that you feel strongly about. I'm a convert to Judaism, so I was writing about the Intifada at the time in the 89-90 timeframe. Someone saw that I could put a couple of sentences together and have some reasoned thought. And of course, that started the process whereby 28 years later, I retired as an SIS-4, far exceeding my original plan to walk out the door as I wanted to be a full bird colonel. I was a military kid, grew up, in Italy and Japan. So that was my baseline, and that's what I understood and knew. But I kind of wanted to start with the Black History and the Black History Month because I think it is important to know that from my perspective, my history is your history. Don't care if you're Black or not Jewish. Your history is my history. Now, I have been called a lot of things over the years. Spy whisperer, without question, is the coolest. So, to whoever on staff came up with the name for today's theme, thank you very much. Okay, I'm looking at her right there. Spy whisperer? Come on, that is so cool. And so the CIA is an espionage service, as everyone knows, and people are either intrigued or repelled by the thought of spying, the notion of spying. So as the head of the operational training facility, which I am unable to name, but I don't think there's anyone in the room who doesn't know what that means. Those are some of the archaic rules that the agency has that don't make a whole lot of sense to anyone, but it is what it is. So I ran it and trained the next generation of clandestine collectors from multiple agencies, from the FBI, from DIA, and of course from CIA. All of the new hires that walked into the director of operations at that time fell up under what was my command. And so I had all the new, fresh, excited bodies for the first 24 months of their time in the agency. I spearheaded with Doug Wise the largest paradigm shift in operational training since the days of the OSS. What is now today called the Operational Tradecraft course, which was the Field Tradecraft course for many, many years, up until about 2 or 3 years ago. So who in this audience agrees that relationships are intimate, professional? You have to have some semblance of trust for that relationship to exist. So in order for me to talk about what it's like to be the head of training for what we'd use to train, our CIA operatives, and I forgive me for the use of the term operative. I retired out of the senior job. I knew that I wanted to come out from undercover because I knew that there were going to be some possibilities in the entertainment sector that I wanted to be able to take advantage of, and staying undercover just was not going to be in the cards if I wanted to be able to do that. They don't understand case officer or ops officer, and operative is just kind of one of those words that's kind of cool, like spy whisperer. So for the sake of the audience that I'm dealing with on the entertainment front, I'll use the term operative, even though I didn't ever really consider myself that. So if you will, picture a bullseye, target logo, whatever it is, it's going to help you. That center target is who you're looking for. That's the source that you want. And each concentric ring, as it goes out from that center bullseye, is your most intimate contacts, then your personal contacts, then your personal contacts, and the last ring are your professional contacts. And some of them might blend in and have multiple, but just to give you a visual for that. So what you're looking for, of course, is the bullseye. And within the context of human, that is it. That's who you're looking for in the middle. Now, everyone likely came here today wanting to hear some secrets, and that secrets and the revelation of how secrets are actually achieved are diametrically opposing views. So I'm going to start with the fact that espionage is about establishing trust. That is important for everyone to understand. And that the goal of, and that the establishing trust with the end goal of entering a secret pact between the spy handler and the recruited spy. As an institution, the CIA has only been involved in this game for a very short period of time. When you compare it to the biblical, the most famous biblical story and the first documented story of spying, and it's the story of Joshua and Caleb, and who led the Exodus at Moses' direction to go spy out the land of Canaan. So and today I'll share some of the stories that hopefully will answer the 3 questions that were a part of the advertisement for hopefully what brought you here. And those 3 questions were: how do you train someone to spy? How do you collaborate with other countries on spy education and not lose your own secrets? And then finally, how are these things consistently accomplished in a dangerously changing world? I'm a big picture guy with just a thirst of knowledge and hopefully to understand, and a keen attention to detail. So I'll be answering these questions in reverse order because I think you need to understand the overall picture before I can get into the training piece of it. So I know there's a lot of knowledge in here of the intelligence community, but for the sake of those who might not have the same background, I'm going to quickly cover some, basically on the history of the CIA. So the CIA is the successor to the Office of Strategic Services, which only existed between 1942 and 1945 during World War II. And we were born out of a state-sponsored terrorist attack that we know as Pearl Harbor, 7 December 1941. So the OSS was disbanded after the end of the war in 1945. 2 years later, President Truman signed the National Security Act of 1947, which for the intelligence community and specifically for CIA is kind of our Bible, our Torah, that's our Hammurabi Code, however you want to view it, that's what it is for us, National Security Act of 1947. So that created the Central Intelligence Group, which 2 years later became the CIA, and we've maintained that name for more than 70 years now. And the CIA only does three things, no matter what you see, hear, or read about. Three things. We collect, we analyze, and we execute the president's covert action. That's it. And we do that through 5 directorates. The Directorate of Operations, from whence I hail, the Directorate of Science and Technology, the Directorate of Digital Innovation, the Directorate of Support, and the Directorate of Analysis. And they all have one mission. So 5 directorates, 3 missions, 1 objective, to keep us safe and our allies. That's it. So the DO is the DO, or the Directorate of Operations, is the operational arm of the CIA. They're the ones that are always in the newspaper. They're the ones that books and movies and TV shows are created about. And they're the ones who typically are the ones always getting us in trouble as a nation. It is what it is. We were created by the National Security Act of 47 to be that whipping boy of any administration. So the DO measures success by one's ability to recruit new business development. That's what recruiting sources is. And that business has to result in the production of foreign intelligence reports that go to the president, policymakers, all of that. Well, by all measures within the DO, I was a failed case officer. I did not recruit in my first tour. I did not recruit in my second tour. I learned a lot. And it was very good for me, not at the time, but I learned. And eventually it all started to crystallize and make sense. But at the end of the day, the DO is a result-driven entity, and I didn't live up to anyone's expectations, including my own. So as we move into the first question, is there anyone in the room who doesn't know the adage that espionage is the second oldest profession, but less reputable than the first? Is there anyone in here who has not heard that before? Well, I tend to think that people are more inclined or less repulsed maybe by the thought of selling your body than they are of selling your soul, which is what people think you're doing when you spy. I never saw it that way, but it always gets a chuckle. And whatever your views are of it, in my 32 years, I know that people thought less of me than they thought of people who had to do what they needed to do to survive. So, how are spying and collaborating with other intelligence services accomplished in a dangerously changing world? I had, I'm just gonna say it, Director Brennan and I had philosophical differences on a lot of issues. And one of him was the point that he thought that we are now living in the most dangerous time in the history of the world. And this was 2014 or 15. And I'm thinking, were there not 2 world wars, a Korean War, a Vietnam War? And those are just our wars. I'm not talking about all the other wars or fighting that was going on around the world. I do not believe that we are living in the most dangerous time. I think statistically, we might be living in one of the safest times in our history. It's just that the information that comes to us via these spy devices that you all just turned off, hopefully, just the constant bombarding of information. So it's not more dangerous, it's just more accessible. And it just is always in our presence, in our psyche. So the short answer to how we do it in a constantly changing world is that intelligence services have always collaborated with one another. They've always shared. The 12 Israelite tribes that were sent out to spy the land of Canaan all went to different places. They all collected little pieces, and they all brought it back together. That was collaboration. Yes, they were all on the same team, and they weren't from different, services, but it was collaboration from the very beginning. We're able to continue to adjust and shift and change because human nature has not changed since Cain slew Abel. It hasn't. People are born on the wrong side of the track. People are born into a body that they don't believe should be their body. That didn't start with transgender in today's world. It has always existed. And a person like myself is always looking for that anomaly, that person who doesn't feel like they're being listened to, that person who doesn't feel like they fit, that person who feels like they're not being listened to. That's who I'm looking for as a potential spy in whatever area I'm trying to get into. And for the CIA, the heart and soul is human intelligence, or human. Sitting down and looking a person in the eye and convincing that person that your goal is also their goal. Not always easy. But at the end of the day, danger is danger, whether it was faced by the Israelites during the Exodus or by the CIA today in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, yada, yada, yada. So Moses chose Joshua from the Nur tribe, Caleb from the Judah tribe, and the Judah tribe was known for its intelligence gathering and its, being able to decipher secrets, dreams. And much like Moses chose these two to lead that, our administrations since 1942, beginning with FDR, chose the OSS, the CIG, the CIA to be those people who go out and spy out the land of fill in the blank. Not any different. Now, the other thing that's not any different is the 12 tribes, when they came back, 10 of them told Moses, yeah, well, I don't think we can defeat these guys. Joshua and Caleb, however, stood up and reported correctly. And the 10 called for the stoning death of Joshua and Caleb. Now, those same voices that rose up against Joshua and Caleb are still present in today's world in the form of the White House, the press, the Hill, Hollywood, and perhaps even someone in this audience. You just don't know. My point is, it's nothing new. People have always questioned our methodology. People have always questioned our reason. People have always mistrusted who we are as an institution. But the information that led to us finding UBL, that led to us finding al-Baghdadi, that led to us finding whatever secret it is that we're trying to do, is something that's done in very dangerous times over many days, months, or years by an entire group of people who have a similar goal. So how do you collaborate with another service and not lose your competitive edge?
You wanna know me, you wanna come see, take it to the streets.
Very carefully. That's the first thing. So the British in the OSS days provided General Donovan's trainers with curriculum. So essentially everything that we know as the CIA today is based on the British model. And most of the intelligence and security services of the world today are either based on the British model, the American model, or the Russian model. Every single one at least can be tied back to one of those three institutions. So whether you're in Zimbabwe or whether you're in Austria, the intelligence cycle is the intelligence cycle. Spot, assess, develop, recruit, handle, terminate. I always like to begin with terminate, because terminate does not mean what Hollywood thinks terminate means. Terminate does not mean taking somebody out in the alley and putting a bullet in the back of their head. Never seen a CIA person do that, okay? Except for in movies. So doesn't matter where you're from, the methodology, the intelligence cycle is the same, and it's within the DNA of all intelligence services. So I have a kind of a complex and convoluted story, so please bear with me, because as I was explaining to my girlfriend, she's like, that's not really clear on how you do this. But I was in the war zone in, I'll just say, in Pakistan, and working and living with our Pakistani partners and colleagues. There was a target that was identified as the most senior Taliban commander, and we needed to capture him. So working with the Pakistanis, we developed a plan, but it just wasn't enough to get us to where we wanted to go. And then one of our Western partners learned who we were chasing and said, well, we have a source that can help you get to this guy. And so we tried to figure out how to use that information, because they absolutely refused to allow CIA to share with the Pakistanis the fact that they had a source. So non-CIA source, Pakistani partners with us in the middle on how to get to this one thing. The only way it was going to be possible was through trust established between us and our Western partners to not share that with the Pakistanis at their request, and to be on the ground with the Pakistanis without revealing the fact that the Westerns. Are we following? All right. We got intelligence professionals in this room. So, sorry, baby. At the end of the day, it took us a while, but the source got captured along with the target, and I'm sure he got compensated well for it. But my point is collaboration between different services and not sharing. So we taught them everything they know, but we didn't teach them everything that we know. And we were able to protect the fact what the Pakistanis didn't want to share, with our Western partners didn't want to share. And at the end of the day, everybody got what they wanted, but it all boils back down to trust and familiarity and being on the streets at the same time. So let's segue to the third and final question, and then I'm going to open it up to questions because I know there are going to be many. So human intelligence is what CIA does. That's our mandate. And so how do you train someone to spy? By establishing trust. The primary role is to recruit, whether you're a CIA case officer, a DIA case officer, and a CIA trained FBI officer, recruiting spies and producing intelligence. But this requires manipulation. And manipulation is always seen in a negative light. I'm a spy handler. I don't see it the same way. I don't see it as necessarily a negative thing. But we build and establish trust at the very beginning through our training, through the schoolhouse. What we're looking to identify for case officers like myself are people out there who are interested in joining the CIA, who have similar intellectual, social, and personality traits of those people who have successfully made it through the program in the past. Whether you're a CMO, a collection management officer, whether you're a staff operations officer, whether you're a case officer or a targeter, it doesn't matter. What they're comparing it against is those people who have achieved some measure of success to say that, yes, this gentleman right here has everything it takes to be able to do this. Now, I used to caution the students as they were coming through, it's not a checklist. You can check all 99 of the things on that list and not make it through the field tradecraft course, or you can check a third of them and fly through. It really is, it's a marker. It's just a tool that we use. But the intellectual, social, and personality traits are what we're looking for. And then we impress upon that, you gotta have integrity. You gotta have people with as close to unimpeachable character as you can possibly find. No one is unimpeachable, of course, but that is what we're looking for. So we build trust through our training curriculum, through the execution of tradecraft, and trust must exist between the spy and the spy handler, between the intelligence service that the spy handler belongs to, between the partnerships between intelligence services. But for me, the most important one is between the CIA and the American people. That trust has been broken many times over many years. But I'm telling you that the CIA there's no such thing as a rogue elephant. That's a term from the 70s. I never really understood it. We have more oversight than any other government institution. We have more people looking at us. Even in today's world, we can get away with a lot less than we did back in the Dulles era in the 40s and 50s and 60s, and of course church commissions and all that in the 70s. We're trustworthy people. So if you're having difficulty viewing CIA as the harbinger of trustworthy folks, you're not the first and you won't be the last. But if the foundation of espionage is trust, how do you reconcile that with one's moral compass? And I'll close with a story from when I was dean of the spy school and did a recruitment center visit to Norfolk State, which is a historically black college and university down in the Tidewater area of Virginia. And there was this young man who I was manning a booth, a job fair booth. And I saw this young man for the entire time that I was out, and he kept kind of walking by and looking, but he didn't want to approach. And so I got to a point where there was nobody that was at the podium, and kind of waved them over, and I said, clearly you have questions, and that's what we're here to answer anything that you might have. How can you work with people who did experiments on black people in the 60s? Bam, just no preamble, no, hey, nice to meet you, no, tell me about the CIA, just bam, right in the face. And I said, well, yeah, we've been accused of that and far worse. If you want to talk about history, we can talk about history. If you want to talk about job opportunities for young black men and women today, or people of color, I'm your guy. So he kind of looked at me again. He wasn't completely convinced. Looks at me again, he says, what are you looking for in new employees? Integrity. He's like, literally, the look on his face was priceless. He's like, but don't you guys lie, cheat, and steal? And I said, absolutely, but never to the American public. And he's like, I don't believe that. And I said, it's not really a question of whether you believe it or not.
Definitely a lie.
Does everybody tell the truth every time? No. No one in the history of mankind has told the truth every time to everybody. It's unnatural. It doesn't work. I don't think I convinced that young man. I'm sure he's not a CIA officer now. That was more than probably that was a decade ago. But I think I was able to show him that what he thought CIA was might not necessarily be the real CIA, that there's always more to the story, that there's always something else out there that maybe they didn't know or consider, and that at the end of the day, would you rather have people of good character, moral, and integrity out doing questionable business, or people with questionable morals out doing questionable business?
Find some breathing room.
Yeah, that sounded
Compare
kind
your way there. Find the smartest mortgage for you
double
on NerdWallet.
talk, double speech right there.
This young man didn't embrace CIA or my hiring pitch, but he left thinking the possibility he believed he knew about CIA was wrong, or at least incomplete. And that's how we train our operatives to think. Question authority. Question the premise of assumptions of others. Question the information you receive internally and or externally. And that's the crux of what blow it up.
Don't like literally blow it up, just make it larger.
So I didn't talk a lot about my own personal part of it because it was in the advert. But I served in Niger, Senegal, Morocco, Nigeria, Uganda, Pakistan, Switzerland, just as it was announced. And I raised two fantastic children. One graduated from high school in Uganda, one graduated high school in Switzerland. One's an artist and married in Seattle. The other's a social worker in Chicago. And both of them are absolutely never, ever going to be CIA officers.
That's probably not true.
Did you do anything in your career that you felt compromised you? Ever?
No. That's an easy one. Absolutely not. Now there were operations that that I either cut off because there were, one specifically comes to mind that would have resulted, that almost assuredly would have resulted in the target being killed by his own country. There were too many variables. There are too many things that we couldn't control. And I, on 3 separate occasions, tried to shut this CO from bringing it up again. And I finally did, but that would have been something that it would have weighed heavily on my conscience for a long time. So my answer is absolutely, absolutely not. Yes, sir.
Would you say a few words about the information in the Post today regarding the crypto? Are you aware of that? And
I did. I literally have seen no news this morning. Is it not cryptocurrency?
No, the idea was there was a Swiss company called Crypto that was owned secretly by the CIA and German intelligence, and they were providing cryptography devices to other countries.
And one of those artifacts is from our collection that was photographed.
It is extremely weird to be 28 years undercover and not ever being able to talk about CIA, and then transitioning to a world where I only talk about CIA, whether I'm doing that on ABC News, on Good Morning America, when I think the last time I was on was in the aftermath of the Soleimani strike, and talking to audiences that clearly don't have the background that you have living here. California is not as, they're different, but different in a good way. I'm just a nice Georgia boy. Okay, I'm just a country kid from Augusta, GA, and my world has always been shifting. And I tell Californians that it was a culture shock moving to LA, and not any different than when I moved to Niamey, or quite frankly, not any different than Mogadishu in some sense. Hollywood is a brutal place. What was the question? I'm gonna have to pass on that one. I do have knowledge, and I just would rather not. I can't go there.
I'm going to take the microphone to this person who I think is stuck in a row, and then I'm going to ask a question.
Look at that. Still can't give up no information.
Thank you.
Damn it, man.
Would you? I have so many questions, but one is I'm curious about the ethnic breakdown of the CIA, and I'm also curious if you would give us an example of how the training works. Are you doing defensive driving, guns, surveillance? I mean, just what is the curriculum amount to, and when does someone wash out?
So when I visited the Spy Museum, I was here last spring for ABC News, and one of the investigative journalists asked me, "Have you been to the Spy Museum?" I'm like, "Yep, been to the Spy Museum." And then, no. Have you been to the new Spy Museum, International Spy Museum? So he arranged a VIP tour for me. I came over with a good friend of mine who's in the back of the auditorium right now, and we just had it was an amazing visit. But during that visit, the lady that was working with us saw that I knew a lot of the people that were flashing up on the screen, and she's like, will you come speak for us?" And I said, "Let's talk and figure out the timing." And I was extremely honored to be a part of the Black History Month part of it. But I only have 2 red lines when I'm dealing with Hollywood and when I'm dealing with talking to audience. I don't talk about the curriculum at the school. It's what keeps us safe. It's what separates us from the others, and that's our competitive edge that I can't. But we do defensive driving. We do weapons, and those are mostly for people who are going out to really, really dangerous places or going to war zone areas. And people wash out of the program for any number of reasons. They can't adapt to this. They know it's a fake model, but it's a fake model that is built and based on real world events over many, many years and constantly updated and adjusted to adapt to, whatever time frame, pre 9/11, post 9/11 is probably the biggest paradigm right now. But a lot of it has to do with people who are just caught up in this concept that Hollywood has got it right, and they haven't. So they come in thinking about CIA one way, and I tell them, just be the person that we hired. Don't go down there trying to be what you think they want. So just adjusting and adapting and recognizing that what you think you know about it and what we're going to teach you are not the same thing. Sorry to kind of dance around that, but that's about as close to talking about Schoolhouse that I feel comfortable doing.
Wait,
And then
could
there
you, or
ma'am?
she asked about.
So I can't talk about the agency writ large, but within the DO. Quick story. So when I was the deputy director of the Counterterrorism Center, the DDO at the time came to me and he said, I got a favor to ask of you. I'm like, boss, you're the boss. It's not called a favor. Just tell me what it is that you want. And he says, I want you to meet the cast and crew of Homeland. Like, come on, no, anything but that. I just didn't, I love the show. I just saw no utility in doing that. I did it. He's the boss. And unfortunately, well, I walked into the meeting, probably it was already going on for 20 or 30 minutes. I was in an actual meeting. So but when I came in, literally every eye turned and looked at me and I'm like, oh, I apologize for being late. They said, no, this is perfect timing. They wanted a senior DO officer to answer this question. And I said, well, what's the question? They said, well, what's different? Well, how long have you been in the agency? I think it was 22 years at that point. No, 24. What's changed between when you walked in the door and now? And I looked around the room. I said, Israeli, British, and I pointed out all the nationalities that were on the cast and crew of Homeland and said, I'm sitting in a room with foreign nationals on the 7th floor of CIA headquarters talking to people who pretend to be us, but aren't us. And of course, people started laughing. I said, that would have never happened 24 years ago. I said, but honestly, the real thing that has changed is when I walked in the door, there was zero examples of any people of color or women that were division chiefs. And within the DO, rising up to the level of division chief was what every good case officer wanted to do. Well, that's not true. Some people just want to do the work. And you can do the work as division chief if there are any former division chiefs in here. But at the end of the day, it was, I think I lost the thread of the end. And then I explained, but now we have, at that point, my counterparts were a Puerto Rican guy running LA division, a Korean American running EA division, me running Africa division, 3 women running other divisions. And so I said, we're much more diverse, we're much more effective, we're much more efficient than we were 25 years ago. And it has to do with hiring and trying to recruit people that represent, and I don't think you need to have, only Black officers or an AF. In fact, when I walked in the door, because I had grown up in Japan and because I had served in Korea, I knew I was going to EA. There was no way in the world that I was going to be the Black dude going to Africa. I just simply refused to be that guy. And then I met a gentleman that has a mustache like this, Mr. Stewart right here, and his name was Bill Mosby. And Bwana was a force of nature. A guy from rural Pennsylvania, close your eyes and envision the great white hunter of the 19th century. I'm literally just burnt. I mean, that was Bwana. That man knew more about Africa than anybody on the planet. More importantly, I was at it was some division party going on, and he knew everyone's name. He didn't know not only their names, he knew the spouses' names, he knew the kids' names, he knew their pets. He knew there was, I'm not kidding. And there was nobody standing behind Bwana saying, oh, this is Daryl coming up and this is where he served. He knew everybody. That to me meant that was family. And I was so drawn to this one guy, and to grow up and actually do the job that he did when I first met. I've literally got goosebumps right now. Love Bill Mosby. That man changed my life. And so he was a perfect example of you don't have to have a black guy out there doing something Africa or an Asia guy in Asia. I can train anyone in this room to go anywhere in the world and do the work that we need to do. But you do have to have you got to have diversity. And not just diversity in color, diversity in thought, diversity in experiences. All of those count. So we are more diverse. When I made it to the SIS ranks, I think I was number 11, but when I walked out the door, there were 5. So I don't know if it's backsliding. I think it's just timing and a whole bunch of other things, but I think they're doing better. And to John Brennan's credit, John Brennan, Director Brennan, was serious about doing those things and making sure that we were hiring the right people. And yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much for coming in today. I have a very basic question.
Yes, ma'am.
A couple years ago, I took a river cruise from Moscow to St. Petersburg. On my iPhone, I do have the name, address, phone number, and email of a very special person who works for our No Such agency. I decided to leave all of my electronics at home for fear of what might be picked up, and took only a straight regular digital camera. Did I make the right decision?
Absolutely 100%. Yes, ma'am, you did. Listen, people, the CIA is not the only person in the game. Everybody is out there doing the same thing that we're doing it, but they don't have the same, they do it differently. The Chinese, if you travel into China, whatever you have on any electronics is theirs. They already own OPM and Equifax and all these others too, so I'm not really sure it matters that much, but I always recommend to people who are traveling, whether you're business, whether it's river cruises, if you don't need to take that device, and phones aren't just phones anymore. There's more information on your phone than in your home. You would rather someone break into your home than steal your phone. Trust me, you would much rather me break into your home than get a hold of your phone, because I got your phone, I got you, period. Henceforth, now and forevermore, until you change your phone, and then I'll have to get it another way. But yes, she made the right decision. And I'm glad that you were astute enough to recognize that you can go have fun and travel and be safe and have a phone and not be taken advantage of by intelligence. Let me get
These
to
guys have been waiting.
this side. Yes, sir.
Okay, by way of introduction, I'm not in the intelligence community, nor have I been, but I did spend 23 years in the infantry, and I was a user of intelligence. My daughter, however, is in the intelligence community. My question is about your cover stories. Anytime you were undercover, particularly the one that was mentioned earlier in your introduction about your musical cover.
Right. So the musical cover was actually Lucian Bruggerman, was the ABC journalist who wrote the article. He had listened to a podcast that I did in Washington, and the tagline that came out of that was, singing is hard, spying is easy. And so he saw that and he wanted to interview me on my love of music. So music was my first love. I sang from 4th grade all the way through the University of Georgia Men's Glee Club, and with 2 bands, one in Senegal and one in Uganda. Now, I was undercover the entire time as a State Department of have band different group of people of interest that I had never considered before. And without getting into a lot of details, it was very good for us. It was very good for our nation, for me to be exposed to some people that I might not otherwise have been exposed to. So cover within the CIA is not like cover in the FBI. If you're in the FBI and you're an undercover and you have to become Donnie Brasco, you actually have to be a mafioso. You have to do some things to get, that's not the same for someone who is undercover under State Department working as a political officer or issuing visas somewhere in the world. So the band thing was just more of a journalistic spin to it. And it was, we were the biggest thing in Uganda at the time. Whatever that means, but that's kind of the gist of the article. And if you haven't seen it, it's singer, tailor, soldier, spy. Okay, so I didn't name it, but it is kind of, it's not as cool as Spy Whisperer, but it's pretty close. It's pretty close. Did I answer your question? Yes, ma'am.
Given the White House's fairly amazing lack of respect for the intelligence community and the CIA,
I love
could
these
you,
questions.
sorry.
No. I get them. I get them.
Does it affect morale? I assume it does. And has it affected ability to recruit?
I don't know if I can answer the second one, but I don't think we're running into people who want to come into I don't think there's a problem with people who are interested in joining the CIA. I've worked for every president from Reagan to Trump. Trump is different. And I don't say that in an anti-Trump way, because honestly, every president who takes that office has zero idea the challenges and the threats that are out there. So I give them a pass that first year, maybe even that first 2 years, because again, you're talking about a guy who came from zero, knew nothing about the intelligence community, and has to deal with the amount of things that anyone that sits in the Oval is going to have to deal with. One of the best responses to the sorry, where you went to, for the question you asked is there's an article that Sue Gordon did in the last 2 weeks where she talked about, as her number 2 job at the DNI, briefing the president, how much she enjoyed it, because she actually had to dig back deep into the roots of all of her training to explain to this guy who really knew nothing but wants to understand. And I do believe he wants to understand. I don't think he always wants to understand for the same reasons that we do as an intelligence community. But he's not the person that's being depicted, just like Bush wasn't the person that was depicted, or Obama. Don't make these folks one-dimensional. The problem that I have with our current administration is when he stood up before that wall on day 1 of his administration, for me, that was the problem. And yes, the intelligence community has always been kind of like the punching boy, but we're getting a lot of bruises, a lot more. There are a couple of believed things that I never witnessed. I never saw poor morale in the agency, and that might be because I lived in Africa. I served in Africa Division, which typically has high morale because you're serving in tough places and you just kind of coalesce and work together more closely. That we were risk averse. I never saw that. Not once in 27 years, because it took me 26 years, because it took me 2 in the pipeline to get out. Not once did I ever have any operation that was turned down because we were afraid that it was going to come known to whomever. Not once. Now, I'm sure other people had an experience where that happened, but that was not my experience. So I never saw being risk averse. So being risk averse, and the last one was that CIA had lost its way. That CIA was more involved in paramilitary operations than any other time. We are a paramilitary organization since 1942, period. The same folks that created, when we broke up in 1945, we split off into two groups, current day Special Forces, current day CIA. That spear, designed by General Donovan, represents some people who served in Special Forces and CIA. Same roots. That's it. Paramilitary never went away. There's never been a conflict in the history of CIA where we didn't have paramilitary boots on the ground. Now you see 9/11 and you see Afghanistan and you see the focus on counterterrorism, but inside, counterterrorism is just one thing. Counterproliferation is important. Iran's important. North Korea is important. Russians are important. Chinese are important. It's more than just CT. That's what the world sees because, it's oh my God, there's the threat. It is what it is. Did I answer your question? Yes. Okay. Yes, sir.
One of the things I appreciate and respect most about your service in particular was your focus on your area of operations. As you know, we came up immersed in the experience and the mystique of the Cold War.
Yes, sir.
And then we're immersed in the global war on terror, specifically focusing on the Middle East and Central Asia. I was wondering if you could take a few minutes to explain to us what your assessment is of what is strategically imperative to the national interest as it relates to Africa.
Okay. So when I talk about Africa, people think that we're out chasing African sources. We're not. We need to know what's going on in that country. The ambassador relies on the station chief and the CMO to be the person to know more about that country than anybody else outside of the ambassador, and we always know more than the ambassador. Strategically, China, I don't think China is the problem that everybody believes it's going to be, because the China are never going to assimilate into whatever society in which they work. The CIA, with all its warts and all its, with all its flaws, we go native. That's what we have to be able to do. So when the Cold War ended, it was easy to go after one bear. That's what I did. I was a Soviet military weapons analyst, because everyone that was on the other side had Soviet weapons. Even the Chinese based their weapons off of what the Soviets did. So knowing that was a good baseline. And then when that model went away, and then all of a sudden this, multi-headed Hydra who, chop off one head and 10 more spring out of it, in the form of Al-Qaeda, in the form of Al-Shabaab, in the form of Boko Haram, in the form of, fill in the blank. Those are problem sets that can be looked at in the same model in which you went after the Russians or the Chinese. I don't see it as any different. The difference is it was a whole lot easier to recognize a Soviet weapon system or a Soviet uniform, whereas Al-Qaeda is not walking around with, here's my Al-Qaeda card, and it doesn't exist. So in that sense, it got a little more difficult. But for me, the strategic thing in Africa is and a very wise man just told me this last night, some of the 10 largest economies growing in the world are in the African continent. Resources, everybody only thinks in terms of oil, but there are some things in Zaire, and yes, I still call it Zaire. It was Zaire when I walked in the door, and they make me the Democratic Republic of Congo, but they ain't democratic, and I ain't never gonna call them DRC. So Zaire. Zaire has some minerals out there that don't, literally, if you're a Black Panther fan, I can't remember what is that thing? No, I know Wakanda, but what's the, we got a young guy in the audience. What's the thing that you don't know? Vibranium. Whatever that mineral that they have in Black Panther that makes them, there's stuff like that in Zaire that weapon systems can only use that. How can that not be important to us? We talk about wanting to counter Russia and China. If we're going to counter Russia and China, we're going to have to go back to the model of the Cold War, because that's where it was fought on the African continent. And if we pull out there, we are just ceding. We're literally just giving it to them. I don't give ground, not to the Chinese or the Russians, not ever. Sorry, did I answer your question? And yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have a question about, you mentioned CIA going native and you've traveled, you were assigned to a lot of these different countries. But how is there assimilation unless you really know the languages? Because otherwise you're getting, it interpreted for you, not only language, but
right.
How the words. So in the training, you don't want to get in too much training, but it seems like knowing the language to assimilate, to be
Right.
able to have good communications, which doesn't strike me as possible, as you had all these assignments at different places, and your trainees coming in. Do you spend much time on at least a foreign language for them? So I'm just curious of how do you assimilate when you can't possibly know all these languages?
Right. So on the recruitment side, and there was a question earlier, we're doing a lot better of finding people who are walking in the door with near native, if not native, language capabilities across the spectrum. Now, when we went into Afghanistan and we had people who needed to speak Dari, guess what? We already had Persian speakers. Persian speakers and Dari speakers know just enough, there's enough similarities that we were able to put an entire cadre of Farsi, Persian speaking officers into the theater, so there was no language problem. Everyone out there doesn't speak the language, but enough of them do. And the interpreters that we have are Americans. These aren't Afghans. These are American citizens of Afghan nationality who speak both languages native. So it's not like they're not staff officers, but as far as the CIA is concerned, if they're out there side by side with us, they are CIA. So we have people who already speak the language, and if we don't have them in the doors, we go out and find them. So when something crops up in Yemen, guess what? The Yemeni dialect of Arabic. I don't know how many Yemeni communities there are in the United States, but I know there are quite a few. And so we start tapping into those. And I'll just very quickly, so I grew up speaking Japanese, but the Japanese population between Okinawa and San Antonio, Texas kind of dipped, so I didn't use it. And I lost that capability. They taught me French, and I was able to use that in Niger, Senegal, Morocco, and in Switzerland. So the Romance languages, Latin America. Got any LA officers in here from the agency? LA officers go to Latin America and never resurface. They literally never come back anyway. They only want to stay in Latin America. They go from Paraguay to Uruguay to Panama, and they just boom, 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 boom. So they can serve their entire career speaking that language, and if they don't know it, we can teach it to you. So we have people who come in with a lot more language capabilities than maybe in previous decades. Thank you.
Yes, I had a friend, I'll call her Karen because her name is Karen. She had a terrible relationship with her father.
Yes.
He was extremely secretive. He would disappear for periods of time. He was sort of half there and half not there as
Right.
a family leader. When he died, they found out he was with the CIA. They found out by finding documents locked in places and such and that sort of thing. And so you talked about trust. I'm interested in what you as an organization communicate to the people that work for you, because you're dealing with a whole person who has a business life,
right?
But they also have a family. In some cases, have a family life, and how that intertwines and what your experience or training is related to that.
So I'm going to answer your question. I mentioned earlier that I had 2 red lines when I came out. One of them was the schoolhouse. The other one is the NOC program. Karen's father, from everything that you just said, sounds like he was part of our non-official cover cadre. And it's a special cadre that's been around for a long time. It is up to the individual officer to decide when they're going to share with their children the fact that they are, that there's more to than their mom or dad than they might have known. Now, every person has to choose. I mean, my son and my daughter were in two very different places when I told them, and quite frankly, two very different ages. The one thing that I did see when I ran the I almost said the words, when I ran the iconic training facility, I would meet with the spouses of the officers who were going to be going down or going to the going to training. This is not as easy as it looks. Going to the training, and 6 runnings of the course, 4 times a spouse, 3 women and 1 guy got up and walked out of the room. Literally, like, I didn't know you were in CIA. How you can join an institution and not share the fact that you're CIA with the person that you have committed your entire life, that's not the type of person that that's just idiotic. It's stupid, it's unhelpful, it's wrong. Now, the father-daughter not getting along, and there's probably other things, and a lot of what we do as operations officers looks like illegal activity. In fact, espionage is illegal activity, but it looks like a drug deal going on, a brush pass, a secret meeting. A lot of people use this in order to have affairs, because guess what? You go away for a little while, and which is why you have to have people with good integrity. I'm not saying everybody who's had an affair is not a person of good moral character, because things happen and people are people. But if that's what your goal is, if you're going to use these skills for evil, that's not the type person we have. And quite frankly, if you don't trust your spouse enough to share with them that you are CIA, maybe you shouldn't be CIA. Did I answered the spouse part of it and the child part of it. So I have 2 really long stories that I'm not going to tell, but it's about when I told my kids about me being CIA. The most important thing is that both of them asked me the first question, and it was 5 years apart in these stories. The first question was, is it dangerous? Because in a child, that's what you're constantly, I know dad's a little bit different and not be able to put my finger on it, but is it dangerous? Which I always thought was really interesting. And I had to not tell them the whole truth. So anyway, yes, sir.
So at the beginning, you spoke a lot about trust and collaboration. Around the time of 9/11, there was a lot of criticism about the lack of communication between the various protective agencies that are in the country. Are you convinced, and can you assure us that things in that arena between FBI, CIA, et cetera, have improved to a satisfactory degree?
Short answer is yes. And here's why. We've always, so the fight between the CIA and FBI goes back to Hoover time frame, when the CIA was expanding into areas overseas, and the only place that we didn't win the battle with was in Latin America, because the FBI refused to give up this hemisphere as their sphere of influence. I first worked with the FBI during a domestic tour in the Midwest in 1994. 7 years before 9/11. There's the level of mistrust, or level of not really sure that you're telling me everything, is almost non-existent now. A lot of it is because we talk about it in the training now, not just at CIA, but in the FBI Academy. They are integrating their analysts and their field agents. During my time of running our schoolhouse, I worked with my counterpart at the FBI to make sure that our curriculums, our curriculums don't need to be the same, because we're not law enforcement and they're not in intelligence service, but at least acclimating to people the fact that you're going to be involved with people who we're not looking to put somebody in jail. We're looking to follow this thread of information to get the next guy up. So on a day-to-day level, as a station chief in the second largest location in the US, I can tell you that my officers were meeting with an FBI agent and a source, or meeting with an FBI agent about meeting a source every single day of my 3 years. And that's just one place. Now, abroad, they do it as well. The legats and the station chiefs are part of the country team. It's constant. Headquarter level, field level. Can people slip through? A crook is always going to find a loophole to a good law or a good lock. As soon as a lock is made, there are people out there trying to figure out how to beat that lock. Every lock, whatever. Every system that's ever been designed, someone like me is looking at it, trying to figure out how to deconstruct it. It's a part of it, and we have to collaborate because we can't do it alone. There's no doing it alone. 9/11 happened for a lot of reasons. And it wasn't just the fact that FBI wasn't talking to CIA or CIA wasn't talking to FBI. We were. It's just that the FBI, so here's a huge difference between FBI and CIA. In the CIA, everything we report goes back to the mothership. In the FBI, the mothership is New York field office because they think so, or LA field office because they think so. I might send this information back to FBI headquarters. They don't have to. We have to. We absolutely have to. And a lot of that happened as well, where people like, well, I don't want to share. This is a good case. I don't want to share it with someone else because somebody else might come in. Now people don't care about the credit. We just care about, completing whatever objective it is that we're trying to do. I would venture to say that what has happened in my, over my 28 years 30 now, good Lord, since I walked in 1990, there's almost no separation. There's no, FBI and CIA are talking every single day all over the globe about keeping us safe.
Daryl,
Yes, ma'am.
I was reading, you got time?
Yep.
I'm watching.
I'm being respectful.
No, I love that. I was reading an interesting article today about misinformation, disinformation being put out around the coronavirus by places that would like to keep the globe unstable. I wondered if you had any experience with that during the Ebola crisis.
Not to the level that exists right now. So when the Ebola virus broke out, I was first in the Counterterrorism Center front office and then Chief of Africa Division. And we were afraid that people were going to try and weaponize it, that people were going to try and, get there and have their, and take it and spread it around the world. But we talked to the scientists, we talked to the analysts, we talked to CDC, we talked to the people that mattered. We had a presence on the ground, which was literally right in the middle of the Ebola hot zone. And what was impressive to me is I had a first-time COS who was a GS-13, which if you're a GS-13 and you're a station chief, God bless you, because it is way beyond what my capabilities were as a GS-13. But this was a very, very solid officer. And he was back on, actually on paternity leave. His son was like a week old. And he's like, I'm ready to take my family back in. I'm like, you realize there's an Ebola virus breakout and you're like in the middle of the hot zone. I'm not comfortable sending you back, much less you and a newborn infant. But we worked it out. He went back. He did what needed to be done, and nobody was ever exposed anything. It's never as onerous or as ominous as people make it out to be. So take China. It has now surpassed the number of people who were killed by SARS. I think they're up in the 800 number, but that's 800 out of 1.5 or 6 billion people. Billion. 800, 1.5 billion. 3% mortality rate, meaning you have a 97% chance of living. So if the entire world were to die, that 3%, that would be huge. I get that, but it's not going to happen. It's not, I don't want to say it's not a threat because it can be a threat, but it's never as bad as the misinformation and disinformation. So and when somebody brings something, I'm like, what did CDC say? What did the World Health Organization say? because those are a collaboration of scientists from the United States and Asia and Europe and Africa and a whole bunch of people who are looking at this from a perspective that's not ours. We don't have the answer to everything, which means we have to rely on people who literally spend their entire lives doing nothing but tracking viruses and Ebolas and things like this. I defer to them. Very, very smart, trained people who can figure it out. And the misinformation, I don't think has hit the websites like CDC and WHO. They can be hacked, so you always have to, keep going back. But don't travel into China right now. I would not travel in, and carry Purell. I'm not one of these guys who walk around washing my hands all the time, but I am now because I've been on a couple of flights over the last couple of days. And when you're in a tuna can breathing other people's air, then you take a little precautions. I wouldn't be too overly concerned about it.
No, I was more interested in the manipulation of the news. So.
Right. One of the reasons I retired is because, quite frankly, the information age and the disinformation age is at a level that I can't. I'm not that bright. I can't wrap my brain around the level of dissension that's being sowed just for the sake of keeping people off balance. Who thinks like that? Putin, Xi. Maybe not Xi in this one, but Putin for sure. Yeah. Not a good guy.
Yes, I wanted to ask about the infographic too, especially the center part.
The central part? Okay, so my progression through the agency, I broke down into kind of 3 areas. My first 10 years in, where I was learning the craft, schoolhouse, applying it in the field. So the next 9 or 10 years is moving into middle management, and then my last 9 or 10 years were all at the SIS strategic level. So instead of being involved in day-to-day operations, my job was to take care of the people. And so some of the stories that I was able to share were based on failures, my personal and professional failures, that I didn't know were going to resonate with the folks who were running our leadership development staff, who asked me to come in and prepare a presentation that I could start giving to our GS-15 cadre, who were all interested in going into making it into the SIS ranks. So everyone at CIA now, no matter what directorate, if you want to be considered for promotion to the general ranks, has to take this course. And I was one of the DO speakers that would go and talk. And the thing that I would stress to them is, you need to remember those things that are important to you. What are those things that are important to you? You know what's important to the agency. You know why you walked in the door. So unless you literally sit down and start thinking about, okay, this is important to me, this isn't important to me. Now, the things that are important to me, I keep two things with me. This is my moral compass, my personal values, and what's important to me. This is with me all the time. The other thing that I keep is a copy of the US Constitution. You know why? Because it matters. It matters in everything that I did as a case officer. It matters in everything that I do in life. And that's just how I think. And that's the message that I was trying to get across to the people, to understand that this isn't about you. The day you walk in the door, it's not about you anymore. The hiring process is about you, and your retirement is about you. Everything else is about protecting our nation. And as soon as I starts to come into what I want, me, that's when I can't use you anymore. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. So no, I was very serious about this. And I would tell the folks when they're walking in the door, I would tell them at the retirement, now it's about you, but not everything in between. So those are the 10 things that were important to me. Human is what separates CIA. Listen, CIA is not the only one out there doing collection of human intelligence. Military is doing it. NSA is in the SIGINT side of the house, but human, personal contact, that's what we do. That's what separates us from the others. And some of this was born out of one of my failures, and I think I'll probably end with this story. So I went out as a base chief in my 5th tour, and I was ready. I thought I was ready. The job that I bid on was me and a communications officer. So basically 2 officers. I can handle that. By the time I got there a year later, I had 3 second tour case officers. One described to me as a water walker. One described to me as a CO who wasn't sure that she still wanted to be a CO. And the third one was, just don't let him get anybody killed. So just think about managing that spectrum of capabilities. Well, at the end of that 2-year tour, they sent me to a leadership course where at the end of the week, there was a little surprise that was thrown in there. Basically, there was an observer in there matching up what they witnessed personally during that week of a whole, literally sun up to sundown exercises and all these things that you do in leadership training courses. But there's one person, their job was to do nothing but watch you and look at what was reported from your 360 feedback that you had to be a part of for this training and see whether, is Daryl the person that his peers, colleagues, and direct reports say he is. Well, in my case, unfortunately, it was. And so the clinical psychologist came to me and he looks at me and he says, "Are you ready to listen?" I was like, "Yeah, of course I'm ready to listen." Like, no. Are you ready to listen? Now, I don't know how many of you think that a conversation that starts with, "Are you ready to listen?" is going to end up well to the listenee. It did not. And I may have heard the first 3 to 4 minutes of probably a 20-minute, walk with this guy, him explaining the feedback, what it meant. And what it meant was, it was crushing. I wasn't the officer that I thought I was. Genghis Khan, Pol Pot, Hitler, micromanager, know-it-all. Those are the good ones. But I recognized in that moment that if I didn't change who I was, I wouldn't be able to rise up and do the things that I wanted to do and be. So I told that story, and they were like, "Oh my God, that's a great story. You got to tell it." But that's not the end of it. So I'm walking around and feeling I'm not happy at all. And so at the end of the day, and I was married for 27 years, and I called my wife at the time, and I'm like, just had the worst day of my life. Okay, tell me about it. And I did, and I realized there was complete silence on the other end of the phone. So, like, did you not hear what I just told you? I just had to, she's like, "Yeah, I got a couple questions for you." I said, "Okay." She said, "Well, how long have you known that clinical psychologist?" I said, "Well, I just showed up. I mean, I was here on Sunday, so 4 days." She said, "Okay. And the people that work for you, like you were there with me 2 years." She said, "Okay. I've been telling you the same thing for 14 years, and you expect me to feel bad for you?" So just imagine this: I'm gut punched by this feedback, and I'm on the ground, and I'm being kicked. It was painful. It was painful. But I learned from it. I grew from it. We later divorced, but I think I became a better husband. I know I became a better father. I'm proof positive because I'm standing here that I became a better leader. And all of that boiled down to the fact that I learned how to listen for the first time in my life. And if all of you out there, if you think in fact, we'll do this. How many of you think you're a good listener? Raise your hands. No, seriously, raise your hands. Now, those people with those hands up, I want you to go home and find your loved one, your children, whatever it is, and ask them the same question. Do you think I'm a good listener? You're probably not. The thing is, we think we're good listeners, but you teach your children what? How to walk, how to talk, how to use a fork and spoon, how to ride a bicycle, but you don't teach someone how to listen. I learned it the hard way. And the agency ultimately paid for me to go out to be an internal coach for, for officers. And in coaching, you learn how to listen. Listening takes so much more energy than it does to speak. And every one of us has been in that conversation where the other person is just doing this, and they're not listening. All they're doing is waiting for their turn to speak. And that's not listening. And I would teach that to folks. When you recognize that that's going on, just stop the conversation. Tell that person when you're not tuned in. You're not, I know you're not. Just go get a glass of water, come back in 15, whatever it is, just break that. And now I'm here I need you to listen. And listening's tough. Listening is tough. And I'm still not the best listener, but I've improved and I'm constantly working on it.
Daryl.
Yes, ma'am.
We have really enjoyed listening to you.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, let's get a song in. What we got? When They Finish. Mr. LV, man. Let's get that in real fast. We're gonna come right back and put the link in the chat room, man. I talk about this thing right here. I got a few insights on some stuff. So yeah, let's check this out real fast. Link in the chat. State Band Runners, Arkansas, stand the fuck up. Let's go. Mr. LV.
Wanna pipe me up for this one?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a dog, Cujo, know how I pop out, bitch, just like it new bro. Dog, Cujo, know how I pop out, bitch, just like it new. Dog, Cujo, know how I pop out, bitch, just like it new bro. Fresh out of Luso, yeah, I got shit in the closet. Fuck the shit, off the shit. Dog, Cujo, know how I pop out, bitch, just like it new bro. Fresh out of Luso, yeah, I got shit in the closet. I want some new clothes, nigga want new hoes. Yeah, I understand that. Man, fuck that shit, I got some new goals. I want some commas. If you don't understand that, it's easy. I want some new hoes. Going for the kid, gotta show them what it is. Stick a fork in the veal, that's how you feel. North Carolina shit. Lately I've been on their heels. Back then it was dropped out of trade school. Already had a skill. I couldn't deal. Box got the looking like Buffalo. Lot of bills. I know I'm sliding. Every beat a nigga ride. In the rough from a diamond. Who is you signed with? Independent, but I'm harder than most of these label finding. No, I ain't lying, but you know it's all good. Meanwhile, I'm still grinding. Really be stressing niggas. No, it's a nigga. Like, but no, like, fuck all he say. She say, run it up, relay. They burn them up, got them cremated. They just be talking, really repeating themselves. They sounding just like a delay. Getting paid as I speak. I'ma call it a figure of speech. Talking foul about a nigga, that sound like a reach. No, I got a key. I still got the key. Nigga know I'm a fed. Yes, I lean and love it so. Nigga know I'm obsessed. Yes, so wood. What it look like? It look like the Jets. Yes, new Fanta with. Okay, I'm sipping the mix. Yes, good. I gotta have. I can't be a lacker. Don't fuck with the team, ain't none of us green. My niggas some pappers. When I step in this bitch, I'm bringing the stick, but don't label me as a capper. If I'm up in this bitch, I'm lit like them more vapor. Opinion, so what if they talking about it? Cause when I'm around, that shit get hushed up. What if they talking about it? Cause when I'm around, that shit get hushed up. What if they talking about it? Cause when I'm around, that shit get hushed up. Used to be quiet, used to be humble. Now I ain't fucked up. They ask what I'm doing. Oh, I ain't doing it, cause I was fucked up. I'm back in the game, and you nigga like Kane. No, you done fucked up. Get out the way. stay out the way. Might be a bill. They love when I start rapping. You know they be feeling as if I'm a lit. Ain't wrong with no fuck nigga. I don't care if they having it, still I reject it. You might get on it from inches, but I don't respect it. Feeling it be. Leave that for the streets. Fuck making scenes on you. I stay to myself. Cause I ain't the type to go and put the team on you. Bitch, I can mass up. You don't know who is who. Yeah, I can go scream on you. Talking about demon time. But I keep playing. I'm wings on, man. You got me off track. I don't like talking like that. I be on player shit. Hit your bitch and I pass. Like a blood on that ass. Now I don't babysit. Other nigga be mushy when they get in their pussy. Be trying to save a bitch. Not me. I'm feel it all in her stomach. Baby key. Kill her a dog. She like how I heard. Pop smoke. Yeah, I'm on their ass. Ain't ran out of gas, but not go. They saying feel it this. Feel it's dead. Money make. I don't care what they think of me. Cause I'm a blue. So, fuck their opinion. Niggas gon' run their mouth anyway. Just let me know when they finish. Just let me know. Just let me know when they finish. Just let me know. Just let me know when they finish.
Yeah, man. Exclusive joint. Fresh off the Cowboys and Indians. Return of Doc Holliday. Legends Never Die. Yeah, man. Hey, let's just get another one right in there, man. We can't stop rapping. My OG. Let's get right to it. We're going to get into this discussion. See if anybody came in yet. Not yet. Okay. Yeah, let's get to the song Stop Rapping. The original Purple Panthers. That's Bryan College Station. D-Town, H-Town, Funktown. Stand up.
Up early in the morning for the crows stop clucking when the laws change shift and them hoes stop sucking. I was in the kitchen whipping up stove top stuff and look, I'ma stop rapping when you hoes stop fucking. Down on me bad back when I ain't had nothing. Down on me bad back when I ain't had nothing. Down on me bad back when I ain't had nothing. Now I can't go nowhere in them hoes now. Down on me bad back when I ain't had nothing. Now I can't go nowhere in them hoes not blushing. I'ma still make these million when these bowls not flushing. Why? I won't stop rapping till the hoes stop fucking. Man, slut is a duck trying to get some free bread. I don't even wanna fuck, I'm trying to get some free head. Hit the back seat, we don't even need a bed. Baby, gon' get the balls, I'm gon' hold me. 2 years ago, you wouldn't let a nigga fuck. Now you all up in the club trying to eat a nigga nut. I'ma beat it from the back, try to rearrange her good. Tell her hold her head down while I smack her on the butt. Send her back to her man, let him keep her ass up. Say my name around them hoes, they gon' beat your ass up. Made that bitch take me shopping, ate her income tax up. Now she working at my trap, tell that bitch to bag up. Early in the morning for crows stop clucking when laws change shift and hoes stop up. Now I was in the kitchen whipping up stove top stuff and look, I'ma stop rapping when you hoes stop fuck it. Down on me bad back when I ain't had nothing. Now I can't go nowhere and them hoes not blushing. I'ma still make million when these bowls not flushing. Why? I won't stop rapping till you hoes stop fucking. Won't stop rapping till you niggas stop capping, yapping about street business and your lips stop flapping. Bet I won't stop spitting till you niggas stop snitching on your family and your friends and the gangsters stop switching. I'm stop spitting flows when y'all stop kicking doors and y'all stop eating ass with these click switching hoes. Always hanging with your bro, with your ass hanging out, with your pistol in your pocket with cash hanging out. Ain't a killer buddy acting like you bad hanging out. To them real killers, pop up with the mask, bang them out. Yeah, and I'ma stop mine, and these niggas stop lying. Niggas underage, keys in the hood. Up early in the morning for the crows stop clucking when the laws change shift, and them hoes stop sucking. Out in the kitchen whipping up stove top stuff, and look, I'ma stop rap when you hoes stop fucking talk down on that bad back when I ain't had nothing. Now I can't go nowhere, and them hoes not blushing. Still make it when you both not flushing. Why? I won't stop rap till you hoes stop fucking.
And you're gonna be rapping forever. It's never. Hey man, shout out to all American Aborigines, man. Yo, so just wanted to get into this discussion. I mean, it was so much, man. You know, we talk about the show Snowfall. If you guys are familiar with that show, the main character was recruited out of high school before college. Now, here's the thing. Now, Daryl, the guy that the whisperer, the spot whisperer, whatever, you know, once again, it's a matter of perspective, right? So now he was saying that the movies, television shows, and these books and things, you know what I'm saying? Jack Ryan and, you know, White House Down and all these other things, you know, they always show the CIA in a negative way, right? And a lot of things that have happened. And we talk about the CIA being involved with, once again, they have a show. Now, those would have been the questions I would like to ask him because he was around during this time. So would like to know if you could tell, and I'm pretty sure he was going to say, well, certain things he couldn't say. Because some of even like a lot of the light questions that they were asked of him, he couldn't answer the question because it was basically off of national security. Once again, it's always about national security. It's always about protecting the American people. Now, once again, I'm all for protecting the American people. We're not against, you know, security, prosperity in America, right? We're not against that. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that negative people, and he can say this, and he's going to be able to say this, that human error, you know, things happen with human beings, whatever it is, these people are human, and people go into these agencies with agendas. And a lot of times they have agendas that are attached to the administrations. See what I'm saying? So so the CIA, just like FBI and all these other agencies, right, still fall under different administrations, you know, the administration. So every administration, they, no matter what their political viewpoint is, they still have to be up under these presidents for 4 to 8 years. Now, when we say it's clandestine, these people being this guy was in there. How many presidents he was in? He was there for 20-some years, 28 years. So he was there for quite a few presidencies. You understand his work? And he talks about working with the FBI because the CIA does not supposed to be operating on America's soil. Y'all should know that. But we know those things are happening because they're saying that they are protecting the American people, which we should be all for that, right? Shouldn't be, you know what I'm saying? So we're not over here saying, oh man, we over here, got plans and we got all these things. No, man, we're here to build. We're here to, we're here for peace. We're here for prosperity. So me personally, like a lot of times when people are talking about these agencies and the COINTELPRO and stuff like that or whatever, we got to ask these people these simple questions. What is this about? Why are you guys doing it, right? Why are you wasting the taxpayers' dollars to create it? Now, once again, you guys are creating the socialist nigga with a red, black, and green battery in his back. You guys are creating these people. That's right. Real spit. They create the hate. It's like, what do they say? It's the hate that hate produce. This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the hate that hate produce. See what I'm saying? So they're creating hate, they're creating inferiority, they're creating not you understand what I'm saying? Now what's interesting about this guy that he grew up second generation intelligence. He grew up third generation military and stuff like that. So he had a different viewpoint, so to speak, on America and on, you know, being patriot and things of that nature, whatever, right? So with that being said, you know, it's always about us against them, being the rest of the world, right? And a lot of times, you know, we see people here that you know, basically said, oh, well, you know, China and Russia, and you know, and a lot of times they take on a lot of the political posturing, you know, so on so things or whatever. When we start talking about socialism, we start talking about communism, we start talking about certain things. Even in the 50s, they created a system to say, okay, with the media, once again, they're working with the media. You see, he's working with ABC News, he's consulting with Homeland, you know, all these other things. He's not the only one. We're just using him as an example, right? Also, being undercover, being able to move, he's not the only one. Okay, they got these people at every. They already talked about barbershops, beauty shops. They already talked about restaurant owners. Anybody that has anything, like he says, they're looking to recruit them, right? As spies, just intel gathering, to gather intel. Y'all understand what I'm saying? This is what they're doing. So yeah, it's really interesting. So yeah, man. I'll put the link in here one more time, y'all. And let's see what else we got here. We got Fishing with Camo Joe is in the building. What else we got in the building? Tommy Crawford. Say peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. Yeah, he definitely was lying. But he says that, you know, he feels he has justified him within himself that he's lying to protect the people. See what I'm saying? Right. See, there's always a justification for the things that they're doing. And one of the ladies that asked him that did he feel like he had ever did anything that was, you know, not morally there, you know what I'm saying? He was like, no, you know, of course he's going to say that. Then he's going to give an example or something. Like it was just textbook. Like somebody said it was candy coded. It was a candy coded everything, but it was scripted. Once again, they can only say so much. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of the questions were definitely soft questions. And once again, you know, even some of the questions he still couldn't answer because he didn't want to, you know, give an edge or, you know, give up any of the goods of anything, intelligence and stuff like that. So once again, these people, when we talk about the Ghetto Informant Program, we talk about COINTELPRO, we talk about all these things, we're going back to the Big U situation. I mean, but it's a lot of people that are working in that capacity, you know what I'm saying, against the community. You understand what I'm saying? To be able to have these organizations and to be able to get the funding and the tax exemptions and the stuff and the protection, right? You got to give a little too. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, but based off of the contract that we've seen, you know what I'm saying? I've never seen one of those before, you guys. I never even heard, you know what I'm saying, of anybody, you know, being caught with their hand in the cookie jar like that. I've never seen this before. So I want to say shout out to Sir Charles, man, and shout out to the brother, what was it? Show Wolf. Yeah, it was really interesting, man. Really interesting. There's a lot more information coming up. I don't know. I wanna. Nobody gonna come in. We might as well play this new this new whack 100 and hey, Cut. You gonna share it?
Oh, I wasn't even set up for that, bro.
Hold on. Let me send it to the CEO. Then hold on. We're gonna see what we got here. It's really crazy like that, cut? Oh, shit. Hold on a second.
Yeah, these guys are fools for real. You want me to play some music in the meantime?
Yes, sir, if you can. What we got on the album? You can find me, California, Lone State. Man, what y'all smoking on, man? Let's take a quick little smoke break real fast when we pull up this this new video, you guys. Let's get to it. What's up?
Give me 1 second. I got you.
No problem. Cut, you killing them. Hey, man, peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Appreciate you guys. I see Aboriginal Truth Seeker has entered the building.
We on that Cali. We on that Cali.
We're on that Cali right now, man. What y'all smoking on?
Yay.
California, the whole state. You can find me. Shout out to Nelly. Let's go.
98 made this shit.
You can find me. I'm blowing on some loud. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it all around. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. You can find me. I'm blowing on some loud. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it all around. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. You can find me. Keep a OZ on me, and I only smoke OG only. Keep a OZ on me, and I only smoke OG only. Keep a OZ on me, and I only smoke OG only. Good strong leaf, that's with no seeds. High grade, the only thing that make my soul breathe. You can't smoke
killing them.
10 blunt. And for you to smoke with me, you gotta match it. So what I'm saying is you not where I'm at with Daniel's son, but you Mr. Miyagi Master. This is history in the making. No, really, this is history. You just listening while I make it. They ain't rapping like I'm rapping. They ain't saying what I'm saying. They ain't trapping like I'm trapping. They ain't paying what I'm paying. On the high note, saying I'm the man. And get knocked off of that. That's really who I am. I am. So don't get knocked. Smoke the whole blunt. This verse and knock. They wanna be gangsters like us, but they knockoffs. We ride around collecting money, making drops. They wanna be gangsters like us, but they knockoffs. We ride around collecting money, making drops. They wanna be gangsters like us, but they knockoffs. We ride around collecting money, making drop-offs. Top boss, I want all the smoke. Your girlfriend fine, I want all the throat. Excuse me for being so rude. This the aura you give off when you know you that dude. I'm that dude. I'm who they rapping. I'm trying to stuff one blunt, half an ounce. I'm blowing on some loud. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it all around. Then light it up and take and pass it to me now. Find me. I'm blowing on some loud. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it to me now. Then light it up and take a puff and pass it all around. Light it, take a pass it to me now. Find me.
track. What's up? California, the whole state, man. Org to the morgue, man. Rest in paradise to Gangster Rick, aka Coca Butter. I say peace to everybody, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Really appreciate it. Let's see if you got that video yet. Guess it's Hassan Campbell and Whack 100 got into a heated argument on DJ Academic's Twitch. So let's see what they talk about. Since you guys don't come here and talk about it, I'm gonna shut this thing down. Play a little bit of this right here, man. See you guys tomorrow, man. For the Only Builders, man. Tap in, man. Only Builders 2022 at gmail.com, you guys. Let me get this out. You're killing them. Heck, you're killing them. Shout out to DJ Cut, the baddest DJ on YouTube.
Yo.
Let's get to it, man. Yeah, man. Fair use, man. Let's see what these guys talking about. Let's go. You already know, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Support the real. Only Builders 2022 at gmail.com, man. Peace to everybody, man. Let's go.
I know Chiggs is in here recording some shit.
No Chiggs smooth in here, right? So whatever you say,
you know Chiggs gonna have everything up there.
whatever you say, Chiggs gonna be on YouTube with it, man. I like you.
I don't have those tapes. He know I got them. And he didn't say that. You think you're going to talk that dirty about people and I'm going to trust you? See, I know with contracts, you can't get around me because we got contracts. You take money, okay. We deal with things a certain type of way with contracts. But that was sitting up there blackmailing everybody in California and Hollywood. And then you think that I wasn't going to beat him at his own game? That's a dumb. First of all, he got to understand something, right? A devil can't understand the minds of a righteous man. That's why when I was sitting in that room and I was speaking life into those kids, he was speaking death. I was speaking life into them, telling them that they kings and they soldiers and warriors. He's sitting up there talking about an entertainer.
Wait, hold on.
Listen.
Do you regret that though?
Listen, I want to teach you something,
Okay,
right? I want to teach you something. When you somebody that pray, somebody that fasts, somebody that meditates, you on a different plane with somebody that's money hungry and greedy. There's a moral compass that you have that they don't have. That's why he didn't look at them as if, okay, you the next generation. That's why he stopped me like, nah, F that about that white man shit. I never said nothing about the white man. I told them young brothers that y'all killing each other because y'all looking at each other's eyes throughout the eyes of the enemy. So now I'm getting deep. Wack can't compete with me on a spiritual plane or on the legacy of a Malcolm X or even a Nipsey Hussle. He can't understand that plane, so he had to go against that in a devilish way.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's unfortunate it got to this point, and you know, I feel like, you know, just being fair to Wack, you know, because he's texting me. He said, yo, he's not telling the truth. He said,
all right, listen, the audio will tell it. Now, I'll do him a favor. If he want to hit me up behind the scenes and he want to call it a truce, I won't put nothing else out. And I'll delete it from this point because the reality of it is we could call it a truce. But if he want to sit up there and lie, stay tuned. Go to my Patreon, patreon.com, Hassan Campbell, and listen to the rest.
The fuck is this?
Yep.
Hey, nigga, I ain't using no police.
That nigga
nigga,
came
no
in like
attorneys,
the
nigga.
Grim Reaper.
What's up with that shit?
Everybody hitting me talking about you sending
Oh,
the
it's
police on
coming
me.
down, but I ain't using no attorneys or police. You don't need that.
Oh yeah, so basically you use a
No,
lawyer
what I'm
to take
saying
my-
is don't lie. We ain't never had no podcast. Nigga, I didn't know you
No,
was
we talked
recording.
about having a podcast.
We never had a podcast.
You want me to
Nigga,
play you
did
right
not
now? Hold
tell
on.
me you was
Wait,
recording.
hold on. Wait. You got to
You want me to
And
play
I
it? You want me to
challenged
play
you
the
to play
recording
the
for you
whole
right now?
shit.
Do you want me to play you for you right
Play
now?
it. We ain't never had no podcast, nigga.
I didn't say we had a podcast. I
Fuck
said we
you
talked.
mean?
I said
But
we
I'm not
talked about it.
tripping. Listen, Hassan, don't nothing change for me on my side. I'm who I am. You can't start a war and tell me how to fire back. So you had your fun, right? I don't give a fuck about a YouTube channel. That's how you make your living. So nigga, I'm gonna have my fun.
I got more than one.
dumb
Knock
nigga.
yourself out. I'm not scared.
Yeah, that's cool. The page gonna come down and I'm gonna laugh about it. You laughing, I'm laughing. I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck neither.
Bro, see where you went wrong
Yo, Wack.
is
Yo,
when you
can't y'all
said,
squash this?
hey, this where you went wrong is when you said I had you on the three-way with Big U and Big U didn't know it. What you don't know is me and Big U ain't talking 15 months on the phone. We don't even fuck with each other. That's where you went wrong, dummy.
Oh, so
that's
basically,
where you went wrong. But
so
you
basically,
an East Coast nigga, and you don't know those politics.
So basically, what you did was you called another nigga on the phone to pretend
No,
to be
Big
Big
U
U.
wasn't on the phone. Big U voice is Big U voice. Everybody knows.
You want
Big
me to
U
play
voice, nigga.
All right, let's go.
You lied, nigga.
So you didn't call him.
That was me and you on the phone, nigga.
You didn't call
Keep
Big
it
U on the
real.
three-way. You didn't
Bro.
call. All right,
Hey,
we'll
bro,
see.
listen
will
to me,
see.
bro.
We
Me
will
and
see.
Big U ain't talked on the
You
phone
called Big U
in
on
a
the phone.
damn near year and a
Nigga, you
half.
lying. I was on the
Fuck
phone.
what I'm
You
saying.
told me to mute my
Big
phone.
U
You
even
lying.
know that.
Nigga, you're lying.
Bro,
But listen,
me
I
and Big
understand.
U don't even fuck with each other. Nigga,
You called Big U on the phone.
we ain't talked to
Right
each other
before
in 15 months.
the weekend of
We
the Super
have
Bowl.
not. Hey, listen, everybody on the West Coast know
Nigga,
that.
you're lying.
You just don't
You
know
are
that.
lying. You're lying.
Me and Big U
All right.
know when we called each other, nigga. You
All right.
played yourself.
All right. All right.
Shame. Talk to each other.
Oh, stay tuned then.
We have been in the same room
Stay
and don't
tuned.
even acknowledge each other.
You want to play with lawyers? I play with
It's
lawyers
real
too.
shit.
All that slander
No,
that
you
you did
mentioned
with me, we both
lawyers.
can play with lawyers.
Yo. Whack.
Unfortunately, I am who I am, and I got a great YouTube team. I run a label. So I let them do it. It ain't nothing.
Yo, Wack. He says if y'all come to the truth, y'all could just end it. I feel like for example,
Hey, yo, fuck that, because you on some punk shit too.
No,
nigga, you
yo,
know
Wack,
every
because
mother. Hey, listen,
That
I'm the
ain't got
only
nothing to
nigga
do
that
with this
got
shit.
at this nigga about his sexuality. I'm the only nigga in there. When
Wack,
the nigga
it's not
asked
only
6ix9ine
about you though. Like there's information
When the
coming out
nigga
about
asked
Nipsey and his baby
6ix9ine
moms.
to pay this nigga some money, I told this nigga in his face, 6ix9ine ain't paying shit, and that's a whack call. Did I not? When
You
he
did.
called 6ix9ine the king, I told him he was a bozo.
But it's going
not?
beyond
So
that.
what
It's
the
going
fuck
to
does
leak
that mean?
conversation
That
that's
was
affecting
not?
other people's lives.
That was
It's
I
affecting.
told him he was on some busted shit.
Oh, so
he
I
was
was supposed
asking
to.
this man
So I was supposed
to
to
get
snuff
his
you when you
nigga
said
some
that.
money.
So I was supposed
Did
to
I
snuff
not?
You did.
So
What
what
the
you
fuck
saying
you
is-
mean, nigga? I wasn't pressing.
So that was pressing me.
Nigga, what? Bro, if
So that
I
was
get in
pressing
your
me?
business, the time,
So
hey, listen.
listen.
If you
I
would
didn't
have
know
got
that
in
was
my
pressing me.
business, bro.
I thought that was.
If you would have got in my business
I thought that was
about me trying to
debating.
get some money for one of
Listen,
my
man.
mans, and you would have said, fuck that, nigga. This is my call. You ain't nigga, it'd have been a problem right there, nigga.
Man, you know what? At the end of the, what the fuck is we talking about then? What are we talking about?
Nigga,
Why we talking?
it'd have been a problem. I'm not
Why
tripping with
we
you.
talking?
Listen, I'm not tripping with you. To handle your business. Well, I don't give a fuck. I've been a power 33 years. Niggas been trying to kill me all my life. Get in line. It did nothing. You took nothing. You stopped nothing. You just showed 3 things. A, you scared of me because you didn't say none of that shit in my face. You came to the shit already knowing you felt a certain type of way about me. You should have got at me. That's real shit. B, you showed another thing, right? Wack does pull up Dolo. I could have had 50 niggas. For what? I didn't need it. It was going to be what it was going to be. I went there expecting not to leave because I knew any nigga say anything weird, I'm addressing it. I wasn't in that motherfucker 25 deep. Nephew was. You got, nigga, I asked you about your sexuality. Then you said what you said, and I said, so you liked it? Nigga, I said everything possible.
You did not say that to me, motherfucker. Play it on the
What?
tape. Play it on the tape.
It's right. Did you watch the interview?
You said I liked it.
Did you
didn't
watch
say
the
that to me.
interview?
You,
When
if
you
you did say
said,
that, if
I
you
don't
did
have
say
it
some
in
slick
me
shit
to
like
do
that, I
that,
didn't hear
nigga.
it. But I tell you what,
Apologize.
though.
That's what you mean.
You didn't
I
hold on.
apologize.
Before that video started, you didn't ask me for permission to bring up Ben.
On Paru, I did.
You a lying nigga. I got
I
that
ain't
on
asked you
too.
for no fucking permission.
You, all right, whatever.
I asked you for permission.
Listen. We
Nigga,
listen.
you out your
Bottom
rap.
line
You's
to
a
it is-
sucker, my nigga.
Listen, the bottom line to it is,
Anybody that know me knows, nigga. Wack ain't. If you watch that shit, we freestyled that whole fucking
Wack,
interview.
fuck all the talk,
You
man.
heard me ask this nigga for permission.
Fuck all the talk.
Act, keep it real,
Listen,
bro.
Fuck all the
Did you
talk.
I didn't hear that
ask
part.
this
Fuck all
nigga
the talk.
I didn't hear that
behind
part.
the scenes. We can meet behind the scenes. Fuck all the talking on the internet. I
Yeah,
don't want to
because
talk
you
on the
know,
internet.
nigga, you
We
know,
can meet
nigga,
behind the
you
scenes,
didn't want it. You didn't want it.
We could,
You
no, I
did
want
not
it now.
want it.
I want it now, nigga.
You didn't want
I
it.
want it now.
You didn't want it.
You wasn't bringing it, bitch.
You
nigga.
didn't. What you mean?
No,
I
I want to kill
disrespected you 5-6 times, nigga.
Oh, you disrespect?
It's on the screen.
So let, nigga, you was
Buster, calling you weirdos.
show.
Nigga, asking you about a nigga fucking you in your ass, telling you liked it.
You
telling
said
you
it like that?
6ix9ine ain't
Did
doing
you say
shit,
it like
nigga.
that? Nigga,
I'm telling you 6ix9ine. That's why you stuttering. Because blood, I seen it in your eyes. I seen a bitch in your eyes. I seen a bitch in your eyes, nigga. Your chest is sunk back to your spine.
You a dead man walking.
That's cool, nigga. I'm with that.
And you
I'm with that. Bring it.
You a dead man walking.
But why you crying about niggas coming to your house? Why you retarded about niggas coming to my house?
Damn, son. Sheesh. Yeah, man, that's crazy. So he's a dead man walking. Shit. Man, these niggas is crazy. Yo, that's crazy. But I gotta say this. All right, now once again, you know, I'm just a guy that just gotta report on it. You know what I'm saying? So I just gotta say this, right? Now, once again, if somebody says something and it turns out to not be true, right? A blatant something that's just not that good of a lie, right? And it makes you wonder, well, why did he lie about that? Now, y'all remember a couple years back when Rest in Paradise, Nipsey Hussle, Wack had said some things that he wasn't a musical legend, right? And he made that clear, and that was his opinion, right? But Nipsey Hussle's bodyguard / friend, J-Rock, seen him at Rolling Loud. And when it happened, right, Wack 100, you said, my friend, that you ate a 300-pound nigga's punch. You ate it.
That's right.
You said that. Brother, you said that. I remember you saying that. I remember you saying that you ate a 300-pound nigga's punch and you hadn't took one of them in a minute. You was bagging about it, bro. And now, today, in the last couple days since this has came out about you, my brother, you are saying that J-Rock swung and missed you and ran.
That's right.
That is a total 180 story from what you said when it happened. Now, I know it's people that heard it. I heard it. I heard you say it out your mouth that you took it. You ate it. And I respected that. I was like, yo, hey, here's what it was. He ate that, right? But now you're saying that he missed. He swung and he ran. And then you told another story after that, according to the tape from what's called. So I just want to point that out. So I know I'm not like, I know what my lying ears heard. You know what I'm saying? Out your lying mouth. So I just want to say that. I know what my ears heard come out your lying mouth, so to speak. You understand what I'm saying? That's just it. You lied. You said then that you ate a 300-pound nigga's punch. That's what you said.
That's right.
that makes me believe that a lot of other things that come out your face will not be, might have to be, you know, side-eyed at, and, you know, we might have to take what you're saying, you know, with a grain of salt. We might have to do that, brother. And I just want to say that. Huh?
Your weak ass.
That's right. So, like I said, I don't have no dog in that fight. Like I said, I'm not here to do none of that. Once again, we were talking about the gangs and these older gentlemen, these older men who's supposed to be giving good information and you know, and not sending the youth, you know, up the river. You know what I'm saying? Once again, that's what the grid situation is about, you know, and what's it called? Something options. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the things, you know, these things, this is what they're supposed to be there for, right? You know, gang intervention, you know what I'm saying? Stopping the violence. But the part that I don't like is the surveillance, the tattling on people. That's a part of the contract. We've seen that. Once again, gossiping behind the scenes, whether somebody is taping it or not. This is what men should not be doing. You know what I'm saying? Now, to his credit, Wack 100's credit, he said, hey, man, I'm standing on what I said. That's it. Leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? So I just say that, man. So it's some inconsistencies, you know, all the way around the board. And I just wanted to point that out, man. So, yeah, man. Appreciate everybody tapping in this evening. Let's see what we got in here. Sure, everybody. Aboriginal Flat Earther. Shout out to JJ, the Aboriginal Flat Earther. I see Wilmore Reed, quadruple OG is in the building. Reginald Jones, Peace King. Maurice Miller. Big Chief Fuck You Crackers is in the building. Tay Shine. Ricardo D. I'll say peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Yeah, I mean, he said, and I think J-Rock came out and said that Wack was lying about that. But that was a blatant one, Wack. I mean, you knew you know you had to have said that, so you got to keep it consistent. Did you eat it, or he missed? So I heard you say both things, and once again, I'm kind of confused on that. Now back to Big U. Once again, it's not just Big U, you guys. It's a lot of people who are working with the government. Period. Now, not to say that they're the negative people or bad people, but once again, do you know? Do we know these things? Do we know these things are happening? See what I'm saying? When we talk about gatekeepers, we talk about people who are put in these certain positions or whatever, they're not in those positions of power because they're puppets. Somebody is running them. Somebody got something over them, something over their head. Same way that Wack likes to get shit over people's head to control them. You understand what I'm saying? Come on, man. So yeah, man, just very dishonorable shit. So that's what I want to say, that man. Shout out to DJ Cut Tackless. Cut, you're killing them. God, man. Shit, man, let's get another record. Let's get that Niji. Let's get that Niji in, man. Threads, 3 stacks. Y'all already know what it is, man. Shout out to all my Nijis out there. Let's get to it, man. Let's say, y'all tuned in to the greatest of all time, man. Cowboys and Indians out now, man. Go pick that thing up, man. Legends never die. It's the return of yours truly. Let's get to it, man. My Niji, Threads, 3 stacks. Let's go.
Enemy of my tribe, of mine, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all line. I do this for my Niji, my Niji, my Niji, my Niji. Oh yeah, my Niji, my Niji. I do this for my Niji, my Niji, my Niji, my Niji, my Niji, my Niji, my Niji. I do this for my Nietzsche. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this Earl head. My nation, my Nietzsche, someone thorough said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we thoroughbred. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. Our government owe $1 trillion, you can keep that bread. If it's one thing Jim Crow is showing me, I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Anya Cherokee, the chief and Dr. G.L.E. I'm still a G like EST. You might not G as me as me. You think you free, but you need it, bit it, frizz. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking my people. They got us good, they still hate people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all inventing shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take through asking y'all rights by blood. After all, Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say that was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything, but you can't stolen it. No. I ain't go see the new Matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory back you get. Fall back off my Nietzsche, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no Earth war, this is galactics. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like patch. Mongoloids can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pipe like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us. Nobody lost they right like us. Wake 'em up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They tryna kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody, our kids, we raised y'all anyway. What that sentence finna say, everybody ain't here to say. Is you with us or against us in between? I'm a non-being, not a human being. Fucking 1492, but all my what is good to do. Really good for careful, eyes you too. Yeah, my tribe of opera mind, sadness. Government and all y'all crossed the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, sadness. We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche. My Nietzsche. Oh yeah, Nietzsche. My Nietzsche. Do this for my Nietzsche. My Nietzsche. My Nietzsche. Do this for my Nietzsche.
Yeah, man, let's just keep this thing going, man. I don't get along. My OG. Just keep this music going, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. If y'all haven't got the project yet, man, go ahead and get that thing, man. Cowboys and Indians. It's the return of Doc Holliday. Legends never die. Shout out to the original Purple Panthers. My OG. Let's go.
Panthers. My OG. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody said we done it, we confiscate the witness. Made $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Blackballed in my city for keeping it the trillest. Broke the Hater World Record, gon' put them in the Guinness. If you're real, then you're fake. If you're fake, then you the realest. They done turn the game around, so now they celebrate the stitches. Yeah, I ride around with that Drake, cause these niggas is vicious. They'll clean a nigga house and they won't even do the dishes. See, these bitches act like niggas, and niggas act like bitches. All these bitches ready to fight these niggas, scared and toting switches. Try to imitate these rappers that's living so fictitious. Disrespecting dead people in their songs and making disses. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with stitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody said we done it, we confiscate the witness. Made $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Blackballed in my city for keeping it the trillest. Broke the hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness. I can only be me, let God be my witness. Did some shit when I was young, I had to ask him for forgiveness. Been betrayed by my family and friends who turned snitches. I have yet to met a woman who did love to burn bridges. Time when I was younger, I ain't get no visits. I was looking for the love, words that I must have missed it. Going back and forth, cause I ain't playing tennis. I've been flossing since a young nigga, so I ain't paying dentist. Kitchen like a lab, but I ain't playing chemist. Talk to get it till it's done, I ain't never saying finish. So whatever's been diminished will always be replenished. Rat it out the mud, ain't got do authentic. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with stitches. Move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. Somebody said we done it, we confiscate the witness. Made $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Balled in my city, keeping it the trillest. Hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness.
That's the hater world record. Go and put him in the Guinness. Sheesh. Hey, man, let's get right to this Jazzyville, USA. Shade Tree. Jazzy Tuck. Free Jazzy Tuck, by the way, y'all. Let's get right to it, man. Cut, she killing them. Shout out to the tribe, man. Peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. We appreciate it, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. LJ said the block is hot on the music over at the clubhouse. Yeah, I'm about to go over there and check it out. See what they got going on. Let's get to it, man. Free Jazzy Tuck.
Ready for Tuck? Steady be talking about Tuck. Some money, cause bitch, I been running it up. Don't give a fuck about nothing you niggas be talking about. I knew you ain't gonna do nothing. Don't give a fuck about none of these niggas that's mad about they little whole. You niggas ain't ready for Tuck. Steady be talking about Tucker. Go get you some money, cause bitch, I been running it up. Don't give a fuck about nothing you niggas be talking about. You ain't gonna do nothing. Give a fuck about none of these niggas that's mad about they little hoe sucking me up. Swear that I really get bucks. I know they hating on me. I ain't giving no fucks. Swear that I really get bucks. I know they hating on me. I ain't. Swear that I really get bucks. I know they hating on me. I ain't giving no fuck. I swear I've been living it up. Niggas ain't fucking with me, cause my family so much. Swear that I really get bucks. I know they hating on me. I ain't giving no fuck. I swear I've been living it up. Niggas ain't fucking with me, cause my family so big. They gotta pull up in the bus. I got that money on me, got my pocket so big. It's looking like they bout to bust. I got 2 bitches with me, and they looking my dick. Now it's looking like we bout to fuck. Yeah, my bitch is so pretty, I'm running my city. I'm looking like we bout to fuck. Yeah, my bitch is so pretty, I'm running my street. Looking like we bout to fuck. Yeah, my bitch is so pretty, I'm running my city. I promise I can't get enough. You niggas really ain't sipping on pharmacy sipping. I ain't gotta double my cup. Yeah, I pull up on swingers, my fit be on dead, like he ain't gon' never get up. Yeah, I pull up on swingers, my fit be on dead, like he ain't gon' never get up. Yeah, I pull up on swingers, my fit be on dead, like he ain't gon' never get up. Hop out with diamonds and teeth and got diamonds on chain when you see me, I'm icy as fuck. Hop out with diamonds and teeth and got diamonds on chain when you see me, I'm icy as fuck. Yeah, you better go get you some money and stop all that watching before you get stuck. Yeah, you better stop giving your money to all them little thotties that don't let you fuck. Yeah, you better stop pulling that gun out and aiming at niggas if he ain't gon' bust. Pull it, I shoot it, I hit you one, promise you ain't gon' get up. I got the clutch, I hit your back, make it rip. Don't give a fuck about that you niggas be bumping, but I see you running your lips. Bitches on Leslie pull up on the strip. You know they stay on my chew on bloody. My money so many blue. Crack on my slip. I got the gift, I shoot 100 like whip. You play with me, you get killed. I fold them up like a quilt. Stay off the streets, you ain't built. Check out the way I appeal. They think I'm walking on stilts. I ran it up with no guilt. Pull up my fifth on the real, my bumper get tilled. They know that I'm here. They ain't tryna come see what I wear. Cause the shit that I wear made me look like I'm flying through the air. A bitch over there. Talking about I ain't shit, but I fuck that whole ass shit. Niggas hate, don't think I don't know, but the truth is I really don't. money, I swear, young nigga getting paid all year. I got hundreds over there, I got a whole bunch of 20s over there. I'ma spend my money on shit. Broke nobody wasn't there. They mad at me, it ain't fair. Mad at me, I don't care. Bitch, over here. And a bad little bitch over there. I'm over here. And fuck the bad little bitch over there. Yo, bitch. When I walk through the club, don't matter cause she still gon' step. So my neck and my wrist and my CBI look like a flare. Let roach niggas wear my clothes. I don't spare. I don't buy broke bitches, no clothes or no hair. I never let a bum nigga live with me nowhere. I never took beach until the fair. Bitch so bad you can wife her. I'ma fuck the little whore on one night. I got a badass bitch on my dick right now tryna fuck with me, but I don't like her. I'm on fire, slide across the stage like Michael. Eating this shit like a tiger, king on the sire. Tighten this shit like some pliers. Walk a little bitch across the wire. Older got wiser, and I got flyer. Hop by stunt like MacGyver. The city on the title. Put it on the Bible. Flow wet water like a title. Wet like a diver. Diving. I be sitting back smoking on Bible. Ain't never rival. Slide ups. Have a nigga like a spider. Niggas be live. Took his bitch living with a shit. Nigga from the Eiffel. It should be coming on my piper. Slap. Fuck. Reading these bars like a cipher. Gas out a car like I'm about to go. Whoop a nigga ass like Bryson. Flow hitting hard like Tyson. Shine like I'm yeah. You niggas ain't ready for steady be talking about Tucker, go get you some money. Don't give a fuck about nothing you niggas be talking about. I know you ain't gon' do. Don't give a fuck about nothing that's mad about. They let hoes suck at me with it, feeling I really get bucks. I swear that I'm living it up. Niggas ain't fucking with me, cause my family so big. Pull up, bust. I got that money on me, got my pocket so big. They bust. You niggas ain't ready for Tuck. Steady be talking about Tucker, go get you some money. RP my nigga, yo dub, nigga. Love you nigga. Same time, every time, shit. It's up there for my nigga, I'm going all the way in. You know what fuck going on. I put on for my city like ain't know when I do what I do. Yes. Steady be talking about Tucker, some money. Don't give a fuck about nothing. Be talking, but I know you good. I swear that I really get booked.
Yeah, man. Free Jazzy Tuck. Hey, man, we're just gonna keep this thing going, man. Let's get right into this next record, man.
That's right.
Back in My Mode. Bobby Racksmith featuring Mr. LV and Paul Flexbrook. Let's get it. Let's get back in our mode, man. Back in that mode, y'all. Let's get back in that mode. A-State, Arkansas Stand Up. Let's go.
That's right.
I know these niggas can't stand me. If they want a verse and they paying me. Like I don't do this for the family. And for the birds, fuck 'em. And you know that's off the muscle. If there ain't no money involved, it's over my tolerance. Zero Russell. You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip. Yeah, that boy that like a. I guess I'm back in my. Look like I'm back on that. You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my boat. Look like I'm back on that stove.
Yes, sir, I'm back in the mode. Working my shine, I'm a beast. I'm kind of getting obese. Doctor said I had to stop eating beets. I'm a red-nosed pig, far from a stray, but I've been off the leash. Got ties with the mind, capiche? Say you want a feature for me? Shit is gonna cost me. You know, got Bobby back in the mode. Ever since Dizzle came home, got word that Dolo got on. You know, for sure. Created a lane of my own. So how the fuck you put me on? What kind of dope you smoking on? Let's go. My tolerance zero, Gilbert arenas. Me, my niggas keep them blitz in arenas. In the 7 Series Beamer with a splash of Alpina. Tolerance zero, Gilbert arenas. Me, my niggas keep them blitz in arenas. In the 7 Series Beamer with a splash. Tolerance zero, Gilbert arenas. Me, my niggas keep them blitz in arenas. In the 7 Series Beamer with a splash of Alpina. Name a fatter nigga cleaner. Got a bitch in house, my name is Dina. Got a bitch in hibernate. Come on, man.
Show. That's her, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me roast. That boy that out of control. Got that nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my boat. Look like I'm back on that stove. No, for sure. That's her, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me roast. That boy that out of control. Got nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that like a hoe. I ain't back in my boat. Look like I'm back on that stove.
You know I'm back in that mode. This shit like crack on the stove. Pass up the dope to make no, yeah, he cook it up. That's why they back in the shows. Said she wanna link up with me. I put her ass on the bowl. You know I'm with that pole. I put that tap to your nose. Go hard in the paint and I smash on these pussies. I'm feeling like Shaq in the post. I'm gon' keep it cool. I'm go hard in these pussies until I get tagged in the post. I did my Richie and she ain't got no credentials, but homie be bragging the most. Watch me dismantle the goat. I have your ass on the ropes,
you know, for sure. Yes, back in that mode. I got all of me roast. That boy out of control. Got lip, zip. Yeah, that like a hoe. I can make him hoe. Look like I'm on no, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me roast. That boy that out of control. Got nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I can make him my boat. Like I'm back on that stove. You know, I don't really like that. You better ask, bitch, I'm a cheat code. I let niggas have their time, but I want it back. Bitch, it's a repo. They hating it, fuck. It's now my roommate. Stay with me. I feel like I'm Russell. He boy the rent. They don't wanna play with me. Back in that mode. No more of the brakes. I'm back on the gas. I'm talking my bad. What the fuck is you saying? I'm back on the ass. Online from the kitchen. I'm back in my bowl. They missing my whip. Hey, wait, let me fix it. I know this dope. Damn, let me zip. Yeah, young nigga ready. I'm a little nigga, big, but I'm heavy. Off the muscle, I come in here flex. Bitch, I'm mean, that shit ain't a rest. You know what going on, ain't no guess. Who the fuck said I was gone? Whoever said it was wrong. 2, 3, I'm back in my zone. No, for sure. That's right, I'm back in that mode.
I'm in the house. Back in that mode. Yeah. Hey, CEO, you got a new video. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up and see what you got. I get ready to pull this video. Let's pull up another song. Let's pull up that Zab's Judah. Pull up that Zab's Judah record. See that start to swipe 3 times. TYT Drizzle. J Jeter. Let's go. Cowboys and Indians.
Son of a gunner, I'm trying to give me a hunter. I keep this shit like a punter. I keep a stick like a hunter. I turn this shit to the jungle. I came in straight out the dungeon, ready to rumble. I get the ball and won't fumble. Say that they're ready for war. I jump out the car and shoot your ass up at your mama's. I did this shit for the winter and for the summer. I fucked your bitch in the Hummer. I fucked your bitch at your house, all in your bed. You came home and found a condom. Niggas be hating on bosses. Niggas be faking. You niggas really be runners. Still talking to these bitches. Ain't got no money. You niggas really be fun. Niggas be hating on to you. Oh, when I see you, one when it feel you could eat through. Been get money since niggas was rocking the diesel. Pocket looking like an evil. Bitches on me when they see me, bitch, stop it, I see you. I ain't stopping when I see you. Niggas be talking about Tucker Pop out when I see you. Been the chocolate, you see you.
I get that money, I'm chasing that sack, I'm a bag mover. I punch that pack like I'm Jab Judah. I swipe the pack, I'm a fast mover. Remember them days I was back in that trap and I had to go give me a sack. Catch a play and then I'm running it back. Nigga playing, know he bound to get whack. Boy, that's a fact. I'm fucking cookies gelato, you know I be keeping it thick. All of these pussy, yeah, niggas be talking, I let you pop all of your shit in the back. And I been rocking that Gucci, that Louis designer, you know I been dripping that specs. Bitches on me and they tryna attack. Why they say they tryna see where I'm at? Me and Jazzy, bitch, you turn to the max. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Blow
Blowing money fast, feeling like me. Slide through with a bro, trying to sweep the whole street. Designer down, so you know it ain't cheap. Pay the stack for the shoes, so I'm walking on peas. This shit that I'm smoking, I'm barely can breathe. You mention my name when you come to the east. Big dog status got rank in the street. They was up, now I'm up, now them boys underneath. Took off on these niggas, they wish they can catch up. Tell my little hitters, y'all shoot from the neck up. Drizzle got now, young nigga been next up. No young thug, I got me a check, bro. I ain't got a check, so I do it like Nike. I up with this Drake, it's gonna bite you like Tyson. Won't snitch and won't fold, I put that on the Bible. I'm strapped with this chopper looking for my rivals. I'm swinging it still like I'm Harry Potter. Pour out the paint, we don't pour out the bottle. Ain't talking schoolwork, got problems we solve. This bitch that I'm fucking, she bad like a model. Babies in the trap, but ain't talking about tires. You rapping my sons and most of them my daughters. We just fight like a pit, we don't do too much barking. I'm still in the trap, make it jump like the Carter.
Them suckers gon' come out the water, gotta go harder. Whoop double Laura. Used to be broke at the bar. This shit getting cold, gotta stay with that guy. There another nigga getting shot. Go bitch, I'm taking my Glock. Lagged in the nigga gon' die. These niggas ain't real, they bitches, they know they get with up. I'm low, my Glock up, ain't holding my head up, but feel a little better when I get the west side. I'm from that 2 fully loaded 30. Niggas ain't stepping on me. I leave you dead in the street. Spin your block with choppers back to back, hit it, repeat. Niggas it is when I slide through. A bitch said she wanted, I brought her too. Cause I want a pilot, she kinda cool. And I like the stunt, so I got her too. Like I'ma give it, I got her fool. Only thing that I did was about the bitch some food. Ever since the day I was down fool. King G. Long little L.
Ruben Rivera. All right. Let me go ahead and just, here it is right here. Let me read this to you all, ladies and gentlemen. It says, Department of State announces disciplinary actions against charitable organizations. This is from April 18th, 2022. This is 2 days ago. You guys, this is 2 days ago. It says, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Acting Secretary of State Leigh M. Chapman announced today the Pennsylvania Department of State filed 16 disciplinary actions against charitable organizations, professional solicitors, and professional fundraising counsel during the month of March. 16, just in the month of March. The March 2022 sanctions, all of which are listed on the department website, include 11 cease and desist orders to the following organizations. Do y'all want to look at that? We might get in that if y'all want me to. These are the organizations: Friendship, HLH and A, the Keystone Warriors, the Keystone Warrior Foundation. You have right here, as clear as day, ladies and gentlemen, Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RGB Leadership Academy. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809 0634. It says Secretary Chapman noted that all these organizations, with the exception of Keystone Warriors, Keystone Warrior Foundation, and Mid-Atlantic Veteran Resource Center, may not, this means UMAR. Okay, it's saying with the exceptions of these organizations can still collect money. They can get donations, but everyone else, including UMAR's ass, may not solicit donations or conduct fundraising activities until they have come into compliance with the Solicitation of Funds for Charitable Purposes Act. Oh, my.
Reintroducing Death's Door Gin, the original American craft gin. Death's Door is made with
Yeah, I definitely don't want none of that.
Keystone Warrior Keystone Warrior Foundation, the Mid-Atlantic Veterans Resource Center has appealed their cease to desist order and can continue soliciting donations and conducting fundraising activities pending decision at their June 13th, 2022 hearing. Umar, you in some shit, bro. The Bureau maintains a comprehensive list of charitable organizations, professional solicitors, and professional fundraising counsel that have been subject to sanctions or corrective measures. This list contains the most up-to-date information on any specific disciplinary action. Each entry includes the name of the charitable organization, FDMG, Umar, professional solicitor, or professional fundraising counsel, address, sanction imposed, a brief description of the basis for the disciplinary or corrective measure, and the effective date. Charitable organizations can register or renew a registration either online or via mail. Umar, you better get on it. A list of registration exclusions and exemptions can be found at the department's website. Anyone who suspects unethical activity by a charitable organization can file a complaint online. Violations of the Solicitation of Funds for Charitable Purposes Act may result in disciplinary actions, including civil penalties and the suspension or revocation of a registration. Now, okay, hold on, but I just so that we're clear about what's going on here. Here's from Pennsylvania Department of State disciplinary actions for March 2020. You see, Umar has already known about this. He's known about this. Acting Secretary of State, I said Lay, it could be Lee, but I think it's Lay, M. Chapman announced that 16 disciplinary actions have been taken against charitable organizations. We already read that in the page here. It says actions in state. Allegheny County, doors open, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, PA paid a $3,000 administrative fine as a result of soliciting contributions from 2017 to 2020 without approved registration filed with the Bureau after it received contributions in excess of $25,000 per annum in violation of 10. Okay, they even got the, oh man. Here's Washington County, out-of-state National Law Center of Homeless and Poverty, Judy R. Gilmore, Del Mar, New York, paid $10,000. Okay, cases, here we go. Cease and desist orders in state, okay? There's Keystone Warrior, Philanthropy, blah, blah, blah. Out of state, here it is right here. Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, RGB Leadership Academy. So he has received a cease and desist. In other words, you stop collecting money. Now, I wonder if they outline, see, a complete list of sanctions is available. Okay, no, that wouldn't be it. Okay, yeah, let me look further. Let me action. The following is an alphabetical listing of disciplinary enforcement or corrective measures taken by the Bureau of Corporations. This is government. Umar, you're in trouble, bro. And charitable organizations. Each entry includes the name of the respondent, the date of the order, and the type of order. Click on the name of the organization responding to view the order. Cease and desist orders issued prior to January 1st, 2011 are not available for you. Okay, so let's see here. All right, here are the respondents. Let's see, where's Umar on here? Yeah, let me do it this way. It's not coming up. Let me try it this way. Order. Okay, and before I click on this thing, read this, shall we? Umar Johnson, Umar, have you told the people that have sent you millions of dollars about this yet? Have you told anybody? We got about 900 people in the video. Hit the like button. Let me sip on something real quick. This was received March 4th, 2022, Department of State. Excuse me, I have to drink something. It's just some juice. It says Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Department of State, Bureau of Corporations and Charitable Organizations in the matter of Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, RBG Leadership Academy. Umar. There's a file number 19-98-009129. Anytime you got a file number and some dashes and it was some digits, you just ordered for Umar. It says, and now this 4th day of March 2022, the acting secretary of the Commonwealth, having found that Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, RGB Leadership Academy, PO Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809-0634, is not registered with the Department of State's Bureau of Corporations and Charitable Organizations, and or has failed to submit all requested documentation to the Department of State, Bureau of Corporations and Charitable Organizations, or the Bureau of Enforcement and Investigation. In accordance with the Pennsylvania Solicitation of Funds for Charitable Purposes Act 10 PS 162.1 ETSEQ hereby orders Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, RBG Leadership Academy, to immediately cease and desist from soliciting contributions on behalf of or as a charitable organization or conducting any services of a professional fundraising council or professional solicitor in Pennsylvania until such time as it provides the Department of State, Bureau of Corporations and Charitable Organizations with all previously requested information and duly registers or provides information that it is excluded or exempt from registration as determined by the Department of State, Bureau of Corporations and Charitable Organizations. You think Umar? Oh.
Replay. Thank you. Omar Johnson. You can't get mad at this shit, man. Say the things that you say all the time. Where's the dog?
You hear me say, where's the stone? Where's the dog, Omar Johnson? I think OG Mean Joe Green up in here, like, yo, it's gonna take more than just one fucking HVAC check, yo.
That doesn't mean one thing.
Niggas want to hear me say, where's the stone? Where's the dog, Omar Johnson? Goddamn, one HVAC check is gonna stop the whole operation. Yo. Get the hell out of here with that. Fuck all that! Where's the school? School that Where's the school? School that we building doesn't exist. Nigga, what? He smoked out. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. He smoked out. Where is the school? Where is the school?
That's right.
Bro, I heard you got $750,000 over 6 years. Where'd it go? What do you do? When will the school be open? Stop telling me about the fucking HVAC. We've heard the HVAC story for the longest fucking time. Get the fuck out of here with this HVAC bullshit. Okay?
I'm broke as shit now. And what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Okay. Oh, this school that we building doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. What kind of man?
Check out this verbo. Oh, man.
Michael.
Damn it, man. So, hey, listen. Yo, shit. What the fuck is going on out here right now in these YouTube streets? Matter of fact, just in these streets in general. I mean, that is, yo, I mean, so what they're saying is, right, essentially, is how I'm just taking it. And I was doing some stuff, I was back and forth, but this how I just took that right there, right? That it's a cease and desist for him to stop raising funds, if I'm not mistaken, right?
That's right.
Interesting. I mean, but he's been raising funds for a nice long period of time, over 6-7 years now, right? And so I don't know. I don't understand. I don't know. Like, you know, should if somebody wanted to donate to him, do we have to go through them to donate to him? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm kind of, I don't know, y'all. That one just kind of, it's a different one for me because I don't fight for them and their regulations and their shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that. So, you know, but once again, we can learn from this because when you're doing things, you're trying to build stuff or whatever. Once again, especially in their system, if you're talking about, if you're Umar Johnson, you're saying, hey, you know, you're you're talking about their educational system, just in general, the way you're trying to push their educational system, knowing that where it comes from and how it indoctrinates our people, you know, once again, you turn around and say, hey, man, you know, I have a prestigious Pale University, degree, right? Right? See how this works? So once again, you know, putting yourself in that position to be under these people, you know what I'm saying? So once again, you know, this brother has raised over $1 million, I'm sure. But that's still, it's not a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? And especially for somebody that don't know what he's doing with the money or have a plan in place, you know, for said school, whatever, right? So I just want to point that out. And I've been saying this for quite some time now, right? But I think that's really sad that, you know, for them to come in and say, you know, that. Just keeping it real, y'all. But shit, man. Appreciate everybody, man. I see Garfield, Rule in the building, Mound City Mellow. Khalil. I say peace to everybody, man. Thank you guys for coming through. Dark Chameleon said 13 years to be correct. Damn, he been raising money for 13 years, Dark? Sheesh.
That's right.
That's extra crazy, man. Right there, y'all. Really crazy. Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, man, you know, I don't really have a dog in that fight either, but it's just interesting, you know, that this brother is working this capacity, you know, to have a school, you know what I'm saying, and going through this, whatever. I think it's really weird, y'all. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really have any criticism of that anymore. At this point, it's just about over for that. Like at this point right now, you know what I'm saying? And you would think based off of the platform that he has and is given, right? Breakfast Club, and Go Here, and there's names all over the place, right? That you would think that he would have more people privately supporting him. And I just think it goes back to everything that we don't love ourselves. We don't see any value in anything that we're building, period. I kind of see that now, and unless the pale skins put a value on it, we don't put value on our own shit. So I just want to say that, man. So yeah, I'm not that guy that's gonna sit here and try to tear down Dr. Umar Johnson, man. Like I said, he's doing a great job for himself, and I'm just not that guy, y'all. So I'm not gonna be doing that. Once again, I don't see any value in that, you know what I'm saying? Because we love to do that to each other, man, tear each other down, man. So this whole thing about Big U, about WAC 100, about Hassan Campbell, anything, is not to tear those brothers down. It's always about correction for me. We're a little straight, man. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we got a couple more songs, man. Let's just pull up this, what we got? Off the Pack. The pack left. Fresh off the pack, y'all. CT. Let's get to it. St. Louis.
Swim team shit, nigga. Dope boy shit. Hey, just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on the drugs again and don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on the drugs again and don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. Half a brick of salt for 20 pounds of that batch. Hey, I just got off the pack. Half a brick of salt for 20 pounds of that batch. Hey, I just got off the pack. Half a brick of salt for 20 pounds of that batch. Gram for gram like Uncle Sam, you know I tax. Know a freak little hoe say bustin' off of flats. If she a freak little hoe, I'ma bust all on the back. When I do it, you know I do it to the max. We ain't Neiman, we ain't Gucci. Gucci wearing sacks. I got the Uzi and G&O got the Mac. You ever play with the G, I turn you to a pack. Boy, you can't take the heat, it turns you to a rat. I'm trying to shake this D and serve all of this crack. You play for keys, for me is. Get in that water, see us swimming for them racks. You see them blues all in my denim, bitch, them stacks. I probably need an intervention, and that's facts. My Remy dirty, this 30 got me relaxed. Just got off the pack. I just left the store, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug again, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs again, they don't know how to act. Hey, I just got off the pack. I just left, I'm about to head back. Gotta call my plug, they asking where it's at. Niggas on them drugs, they don't know how to act.
That's right. CT Finesse. Next up is St. Louis. Yeah, I'll be on the lookout for him, man. I think we got one more song left, man. Let's go ahead and play this Miss Me. My Threads 3 Stacks. Let's just get right to it. I want to say peace to everybody, man. Thank you guys for coming, tapping in with us tonight. Really appreciate it, man. Really do.
Miss me. I know that you're missing me, bitch. I know that we got a lot of history, bitch. Yeah. I know that you missing me, bitch. I know that we got a lot of history, bitch. I'm sorry, I don't think that we were meant to be, bitch. We're smiling every time somebody mention me, bitch. I know that you missing me, bitch. I know that we got a lot of history, bitch. I'm sorry, I don't think that we were meant to be, bitch. We're smiling every time somebody mention me, bitch. Hey, everybody play the fool sometimes. We was years in, made it through some tough times. When I say I held you down, girl, I held you down. I know it's must be hard on you, I ain't still around. You used to cry, and I asked what you crying about. Said I was doing everything, you couldn't help me out. I always told you you was gonna get your turn, stop crying. Now I'm living my best life, Instagram not lying. I look great, I gain weight, Instagram not lying. That's my pay, I make cake, Instagram not lying. You was heavy to carry like a ball and chain. I left you and started balling when it bought a chain. I got indicted by my goddamn self. When you finally got your turn, you wasn't no goddamn help. They say every lose it ain't a loss. But this time you lost one, I'm a boss. Wake up, miss me. Go to bed, you missing me. Wake up, miss me. Go to bed, you missing me. Wake up, miss me. Go to bed, you missing me. Wake up, miss me. Go to bed, you missing me. Know that you missing me, bitch. I know that we got a lot of history, bitch. I'm sorry, I don't think that we were meant to be, bitch. We're smiling every time somebody mention me, bitch. I know that you missing me, bitch. I know that we got a lot of history, bitch. I'm sorry, I don't think that we were meant to be, bitch. We're smiling every time somebody mention me, bitch.
Yeah, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Y'all already know, man. Support the real. Appreciate everybody that appreciates the music. Appreciates what we doing, man. We really appreciate that. Hey, man, April 30th, you already know, man. Vortex Rap Battle League. Big Aboriginal Power versus Out the Blue 40. And Ja Bricks versus Scheme. Yeah, like I said, man, you already know, man. DJ Cut Tackless is gonna be on the ones and twos as well as the beat battle, man. So y'all be on the lookout for that, man. We're gonna be he gonna be representing the Aboriginal community in the Battle of the Beats, man. So be on the lookout for that, man. So we're looking for a clean sweep, 3-peat, going across the board, man. Just a sweep. So bring out the brooms, man. It's gonna be a sweep. Yeah, so y'all be on the lookout for that. April 30th, man. So pretty sure we're gonna be doing some more promotions and stuff on that, man. So y'all be on the lookout for that. Shout out to Big Aboriginal Power, man. It's gonna be his first massacre, man. But it's probably gonna be one of many. So man, shout out to everybody, man. man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Said, man, we really appreciate it. Really appreciate all the love and support, man. Real talk. Like I said, man, tomorrow, Only Builders, man. So I'm looking to be an Only Builder. Tap in, Only Builders 2022 at gmail.com, man. And so we're going to have a little Only Builders tomorrow, man. So y'all look out for that. Has there been one Pan-African that wasn't a fucking fraud or pedophile? Nope. I had to think to my mental Rolodex real quick. The fact that they call themselves Pan and Africans and all that is some bullshit. You hear me? So that's just what it is, y'all.
Shame.
All bad. All bad.
That's right.
Real shit, y'all. So yeah, man. Peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. We really appreciate it. Make sure I listen, everybody. Nope. Looks like we got everybody, man. Yeah, man. So we're gonna get up out of here. I want to say thank to y'all big homie, the one and only, the CEO. Always holding down. There those claps go. Yeah, man. So peace to everybody, man. We're gonna get up out of here, man. I want to say shout out to DJ Cut. Cut, you killing him, man. Once again, man, did your thing tonight, man. Really appreciate you, brother. Appreciate everybody tapping in tonight, man. We're gonna get up out of this thing, man. You guys have a great night. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up.
On the track.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Took a Michael Flair, highway ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hollering, black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. If being savage was our nation, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. Primacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the guards to the gate. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they made. Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song.
Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Nigga with that boom, go down. Ed Davis dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you close to God, know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive when you don't know the shoot? He shy, you let him slide cause he look just like you. I tried to tell him all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it me. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Where your life is stake no matter how you play it. My higher self said we should choose remain God. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a mother eye. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They know quality and it's clear they want these problems. Killer side me, stand full of chicken modules. Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song. Send us in the same room, go down. Nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot song, move song, shoot song, move song. Put us in the same room, go down. Nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Cut, you killing them.